swear, and then you should be good to go.
Okay.
Andrea, you can just text me right down now. I'll come back down this way.
You doing the pledge?
Huh?
You gonna do the pledge?
Yeah, I'm gonna start the complaint hearing this morning, and we'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. My name is Alice Carolyn. I'm a resident of Brookfield and chairman of the Board of Ethics.
I'm Lisa Temple, resident of Brookfield and member of the Board of Ethics.
And we're here with Town Attorney Thomas Beecher. And I see that we have the complainant here, Mr. DeStefan, and the respondent is here, Mrs. Carr. I'd like to first go over how we function. This is a formal complaint to address a complaint we received, a formal meeting to address a complaint we received from a Brookfield citizen about a Brookfield elected or appointed official or employee of the town. We are ordinary citizens trying to determine whether an ethics violation occurred. We are definitely not a court of law, and so we have far more leeway in how we conduct the complaint and how we determine the outcome. We rely heavily on common sense and fairness. Our legal jurisdiction comes from Connecticut state statutes, from the Charter of Brookfield, and the Code of Ethics of the town. Once we receive a complaint, we conduct a probable cause investigation to determine whether we have jurisdiction in the matter that was the basis for the complaint. We usually focus on conflict of interest matters, but our code allows us to also consider other conduct which would seem inappropriate for an elected or appointed official or a town employee. I must remind all of you in the audience that you are not participants in this matter. You may not ask questions or make any noise, such as clapping. You're simply here to witness what is going on. You will be allowed to remain here as long as you respect these basic stipulations. My first task is to swear in anyone who will speak as a participant in this case. So anyone who's going to be speaking, please stand up. These are the only 4 people speaking. Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You may now be seated. Thank you.
May I address you on that point, madam? I intend to speak. My name is Thomas Lee. I am the attorney for Tara Carr, the respondent, and I will speak and I will not be sworn. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. All of you who are going to speak, if you can just print and write and sign your name, and I think that's been done. 4 people over there. Yeah, I think that's done. We're first going to talk a little bit about the case. And so we're going to begin with explaining that Mr. DeStefan filed a prior case, C-202402, on August 1st, 2024. And we found probable cause to schedule a complaint hearing on October 18th, 2024. That hearing was delayed only because one of the participants had a serious personal family matter, and we really gave that person a 3-week leeway to handle that matter. Defense attorney notified us at the start of that hearing that we mailed a letter to the respondent 2 days late, according to statute. We should have mailed it on 3 days. It was mailed on 5. Rather than incur legal fees, we dismissed that case, but not for cause. We dismissed it only to avoid additional legal fees. Mr. DeStefan immediately filed a new case on October 22nd, 2024, based on the same event. That case is C-202403, the one we're hearing today. According to state statute 1-82A, some or all of the record for the prior case may be used in subsequent hearings. So we had already developed a bunch of information. Throughout the hearing, any questions from the complainant or respondent must be directed to the Board of Ethics and not to each other. So please respect that. We're now going to,
Although they can cross-examine each other.
not at this point, though. I mean,
Okay.
yeah,
I just wanted to
yeah.
clarify.
I do stress that opportunities are given for both the complainant and the respondent to cross-examine any witnesses. And that happens primarily during the testimony of the complainant or the respondent when they're speaking. But they can also ask us questions. Okay, we're gonna start now with our part of it. Lisa, you're
Okay,
up.
so, yeah, thanks. An assassination attempt was made on the then candidate for President Donald Trump on the afternoon of July 13th, 2024. Later that day, some people organized a boat rally on Candlewood Lake to condemn the violence, and our third Selectwoman, Tara Carr, participated. The following quote appeared on a website identified as coming from Brookfield Selectwoman Tara Carr around midnight on July 13th through overnight 14th, 2024. The quote begins with discussing the attempted assassination of candidate Trump and condemning the violence. Then the question, any registered Brookfields agree with me in condemning all violence? Waiting for Ray DeStefan ballots with his wife, our town clerk, and former Board of Ed member, BOE member, she wrote, Debbie Sanders Brooks, who can't even, quote, like when kids get awards for patriotism. Haven't heard from any Democrats from Brookfield to condemn this sick violence. Ray DeStefan was alerted soon after midnight on July 13th or 14th by Facebook that a comment was posted, which was identified as from Brookfield Selectwoman Tara Carr and included his name and references his wife. He soon after replied, but I am considering holding you accountable for slander. And what is this baseless accusation even about? Mr. DeStefan filed an ethics complaint which asserts that the town charter and code of ethics had been violated, specifically Town Charter C10-1, which states, all officials and employees of the town shall carry out their duties with the highest ethical standards regardless of personal consideration. Their conduct shall at all times be for the public good and within the bounds of law, shall comply with the charter and the town code of ethics, shall be above reproach, and shall avoid conflict between public and private interests and responsibilities. The Board of Ethics shall determine any ambiguities and otherwise interpret the provisions of this Article 10 of this charter. And also the Town Code of Ethics, Ordinance 21-4-G2, other abuses and misuses of positions, officers, employees of the town should exhibit high standards of conduct at all times. In addition to being, a violation of laws, it is a violation of this ordinance for any officer/employee to, and there are a listed number of things, but the one that's relevant is number 2, engage in repeated discriminatory, harassing, abusive, or intimidating behavior in the execution of his responsibility as an officer/employee.
Okay. Well, that forms the legal basis for the issue that we're hearing in regard to this complaint. And I'll just go through some of the basic facts of the complaint. As I say, Mr. DeStefan was alerted soon after midnight on July 14th, 2025 by Facebook that a comment concerning ballot stuffing specifically identified him and his wife as offenders. And he soon replied, but I'm considering holding you accountable for slander. What is this baseless accusation even about? At no point during the back and forth of the conversation on that evening, or really early morning, did the person identified as Mrs. Carr retract her initial comment about the stuffing ballots, apologize, or denounce the statement identified as coming from her. On July 30th, our town clerk, Mrs. DeStefan, sent an email to the Board of Selectmen disavowing any knowledge of any improprieties regarding elections and offered to meet with anyone to show the numerous checks and balances her office takes to ensure that nothing improper occurs with our election process. She also asserted that her, meaning Mrs. Carr, her deliberate threat to my position in Brookfield constitutes libel. On August 1st, 2024, we received Mr. DeSteffan's complaint, which we designated as Complaint 202402, and eventually dismissed that complaint only because of a legal technicality and not because of the merits. And then we received a new complaint on the exact same issues, and under state law, we were able to use all of the investigation we had made in the prior complaint. During our probable cause investigations, we interviewed town hall staff and elected officials, focusing on whether they had received any complaints or improprieties with our election process or with any actions of the town clerk or her staff. We also submitted an FOI request to our first selectman on those very same issues, and we've provided the results to both parties. The current first selectman wrote that he had no knowledge of any complaints received during all of his times in office as a first selectman and a member of the Board of Selectmen concerning any problems identified with the town clerk and the election process. Both members of the town clerk staff wrote that they had never received or learned of any concerns with the current town clerk and the election process. Mr. Dunn also sent that same request for any information to the registrars of voters and to their staff, and there were no replies that any complaints had ever been received in their time here. The first selectman wrote that no selectman had been authorized to conduct any investigation into the activities of the town clerk or town clerk staff related to the concerns of the election process. And now Mrs. Temple will review the specific reasons Mrs. Carr has asserted to dismiss the complaint and whether the reasons cited were based on the evidence we found in our investigation.
Excuse me, may I address at this point?
Not yet. You'll have your
Well,
opportunity.
first of all, I want to point out that this is not following the agenda that was filed. This was, I thought, to be at the end. Am I correct or am I incorrect?
We're going by here. The only thing that we're,
Isn't there an agenda that says
Yeah.
that this was supposed to be at the end
yeah,
of the hearing?
what we're doing is based on, we're doing the review of the reasons for the complaint and the investigation now.
Okay.
And and our next opportunity is for the,
I will reflect on that. What I'm trying to do is what I did on October 18th, and you allowed me to do, and that is to present you with reasons for a motion.
Point of order.
For,
The gentleman's out of order.
for a motion to dismiss, because if you think this case should be dismissed, it would save time. You did that on October 18th, and you dismissed 02, that's the first complaint. And that cut a lot of time out of that meeting, your time, public's time. That's what I'm doing now. I believe there are 7 reasons here. 2 went in on Monday, a week ago Monday, which have never been ruled on. That is to say, 2 requests for dismiss for 2 reasons. So I'm asking you to address these at this time in the hope that it might save time for you to consider these. If you do not want to do that, that's quite up to you.
Just continue going on.
okay.
Excuse me, is anybody using a microphone? Can we get the microphone system working? I'm sorry, I can't hear.
I wasn't loud enough? I'll be louder.
You need to be louder next time. Thank you, I'm sorry.
I don't think we have
All I can
them.
tell you is the microphones are on. The red lights
Well,
are on.
We're being recorded, but I guess she wants to amplify our voice, which I don't have that capability.
We're
sorry.
speaking as loudly as we can. If you want to come over here and sit closer.
I just.
All right, what am I up to
think I'm
now?
pretty close. Thank you very much.
All right, so now we're going to move
Just to be
on.
clear, though, we're not currently considering this.
No, it's
Okay.
not part of the agenda at the moment.
It would take a long time, I think, to digest.
Well, it's, I don't know, like 15, 20 pages long. Okay, fine. All right,
Am I
so
correct that you're not considering the motion to dismiss?
at this moment, we're just going with
I
the
think that's
agenda.
right.
So thank you, please sit down, thank you. All right, now Mrs. Temple will talk about the various defenses that have been posed by Mrs. Carr and our responses, considerations of them.
Yes, so during the process, Ms. Carr has presented 4 main defenses to her request to dismiss the complaint. The first defense is that someone else posted the comments. It has been our position that Ms. Carr is responsible for the post and as a public official. Ms. Carr has not yet provided compelling evidence, although she might today, that the post was made by someone else who was unauthorized to make it. But even if someone else posted the comments, absent a reasonable and understandable explanation or justification, for example, her account was hacked, Ms. Carr is still responsible for all content appearing on an account labeled Brookfield Selectwoman Tara Carr. She used her official title, government email address, and town hall mailing address, and the town website on her private Facebook page. This reinforces her responsibility for statements made on that platform. And even if she did not personally post the accusation, she appears to have failed to ensure her account was properly managed, which could still be an ethics violation. If Ms. Carr had genuine concerns about ballot stuffing, we're looking for information on whether Ms. Carr used her official channels to investigate rather than making an unverified public accusation. The second defense was that she was not acting in an official capacity at the time of the events, and therefore the Board of Ethics has no jurisdiction. It's our position, absent additional information, that we do have jurisdiction. Brookfield's Code of Ethics states that a public official's conduct shall at all times be for the public good and within the bounds of law, and shall comply with the Charter and Town Code of Ethics, shall be above reproach, shall avoid conflicts between public and private interests and responsibilities. The code also says that town officials shall exhibit high standards of conduct at all times and not engage in repeated discriminatory, harassing, or abusive or intimidating behavior in the execution of his responsibilities as an officer or employee. We are interested in hearing from Ms. Carr as to the ownership and operation of this account so that we can better understand the capacity in which she was acting. But having said that, Ms. Carr's use of her official title and listing of her address as Town Hall on her private Facebook page makes it clear that her conduct could reasonably be viewed as part of her role as a public official, even if not on a town assignment at the time of the post. Even if her actions were deemed private, based on the current information, we believe that they created a conflict of interest with her public duties, particularly regarding legislative and investigative authority over election-related matters. The third defense she listed was that altering someone's last name is mere mockery and not an allegation of fraud. We found this unpersuasive thus far. In her October 30th, 2024 letter, Ms. Carr argued that alteration of Ms. DeSteffan's last name was a mere mockery, not an accusation of fraud. In some respect, parodies and mockeries, however unflattering, are generally not actionable unless they imply a false fact. But here we've been given no factual support that there has actually been ballot stuffing. Deliberately altering the name to DeSteffan and pairing it with the words ballot strongly implies election of fraud. We have not received any evidence of election fraud, as I said, perpetrated by Mr. DeSteffan or his wife, the town clerk. So a reasonable person would conclude from the context of the post that this was not an innocent joke, but a serious public allegation against Mr. DeSteffan and his wife, Andrea DeSteffan, the Brookfield town clerk. In her position, Ms. Carr's accusation made from her account carries additional weight and influence, making harm to the individuals involved in public trust even more significant. The fourth defense is that the Board of Ethics members are biased due to past monetary contributions to another selectman's campaign. Ms. Carr claimed that certain Board of Ethics members are biased because they previously contributed to the campaign of another selectman, Mr. Stephen Dunn. This claim is not relevant unless Mr. Dunn was directly involved in this complaint, which, as far as we know, he is not. Board members have demonstrated actual bias against Ms. Carr, which, as far as we know, they have not. No legal or ethical rule prohibits board members from having previously donated to a candidate, particularly when that candidate is not a party to the case. We have seen no evidence that a board member has a personal stake in the outcome of the case, has expressed prior opinions suggesting prejudgment of Mrs. Carr's conduct, and any personal or other professional involvement with the complainant. So we have not accepted any of these defenses thus far, but are looking forward to hearing more information from Ms. Carr.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now we're going to provide opportunities for the respondent to present any information or witnesses that person wishes, and opportunities for the complainant to cross-examine any a person who might have additional information to provide.
Did we want to go into this?
Okay. All right, I'm
I'm
sorry. Yeah, Mrs. Temple's reminding me of one thing. All right, before we go on to the opportunities, go ahead, last thing, thanks.
Yeah, so just to update on the last actions we took on this case, we voted in February, on February 18th, 2025, that we had sufficient facts to proceed to the public hearing phase of C-2024-04. We also voted on March 6, 2025, and approved the following clarification motion made by Dr. Carolyn and seconded by Ms. Temple. On February 18, 2025, the Board of Ethics unanimously determined to proceed to the public hearing phase of C-2024-03, meaning the board unanimously concluded that there was probable cause in the matter, and accordingly, I move to ratify and approve the report entitled Probable Cause Investigation into the 2024-03 Raymond DeStefan versus Tara Carr. The motion was approved 2-0-0. We provided the report to the complainant and respondent and filed it in the town clerk's office. That report documents the steps we took and the facts we gathered, which eventually made us vote that a complaint hearing was warranted, and that's why we're here today.
Thank you. All right, we're going to provide an opportunity for the respondent to present any information or witnesses she chooses, and an opportunity for the complainant to cross-examine. We'll do the same with the complainant, provide the opportunity to present any information he wishes, and an opportunity for the respondent to cross-examine. And we will conclude that part with the final opportunity for the respondent to again provide information or cross-examine. So I first turn to the respondent, if you wish to.
Madam, I request the opportunity to speak on behalf of the respondent at this time. Will you accede to my speaking?
Yes.
Okay. Number one,
Can you come over to?
Oh, do you want me?
Yes.
These people didn't hear me last time.
Well, can you?
I'll stand wherever you'd like me to.
Okay.
There's a mic there.
First of all, there's another gentleman here who is also representing, not in this particular matter, but representing Mrs. Carr, Attorney Nicholas Bamonte from the law firm Bircham and Moses. I had a moment. He has directed a letter to you, and I would ask him if he could, so the public could hear it. I believe you may have it already, but I think he should be able to read that in public for the opportunity to hear what is in that letter to the members of the public that are here.
All right, this is where it's a benefit to me to have Mr. Beecher right next
Well,
to me.
what is
So
a
I'm
benefit,
going to ask-
if I may, Madam,
No,
what
please.
is a benefit is to have a fair hearing,
going
and that is a hearing in public. The public is here, they need to hear. You have some written words, just as you have my written words concerning dismissal. And as a result, they have the right to hear. You have taken the opportunity in great detail to say why we're here. I'm simply asking for a fair hearing, and a fair hearing is a presentation at this point of what Mr. Bamonte has written to you so that the public can hear it, a hearing in public. And if you're not going to do that and allow him to speak,
Thank you.
or allow me to speak further at this time.
No,
Thank
thank you, Mr. Lee.
I consider it unfair.
Thank you. I'm going to
Well,
defer to
let
my
We
attorney.
haven't
for-
responded yet.
Ma'am, I really,
Excuse me, we haven't
I-
responded yet.
excuse
Thank
me.
you. No,
I understand that. I'm waiting for a response, not to your attorney to respond.
I'm providing air for our side to respond, please.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Just let him read the letter.
I can't hear you.
Let him read the letter.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I do wear hearing aids, but they're not always as effective as I would like. Thank you very much, Attorney Beecher.
Good morning, everyone. Nicholas Bamonte, Bertram Moses. I am here on behalf of Ms. Carr. I have a letter that I just submitted to the town clerk via email. I'll just inquire if this board has received a copy of that at this point. If not, I can provide one.
Yes?
Okay.
We received a copy about 2 minutes before the hearing started.
Thank you. So, Board of Ethics members, please be advised this office has been retained by Tara Carr in connection with the actions of the town of Brookfield through its Board of Ethics in response to complaint 2024-03 filed October 22nd, 2024 by Ray DeStefan against Ms. Carr. We understand the board intends to hear and act upon this complaint today at a special meeting. This letter serves as notice that the board has repeatedly violated its obligations with respect to the receipt, administration, disposition of this complaint, and that Ms. Carr demands that the board cease and desist all due process violations against her. Be advised, as this board is aware, it must conform to all state and local laws and policies defining the obligations and procedures of a municipal board of ethics. That includes Article 10 of your town charter, as you know, Chapter 21 of the town code, your bylaws, as well as your policies, such as the procedure for processing a complaint that's listed on your website, and any other internal policies or procedures. In addition, the board must conform to the applicable provisions of the state general statutes, including Section 7-148 and 1-182A, which Madam Chair previously referenced, which, as you know, provide the enabling authority and required baseline procedures for this board to operate. Further, as this board's aware, as a public agency, the Connecticut Freedom of Information Act prohibits its members from discussing, emailing, or otherwise communicating the substance of the complaint, including this one, amongst yourselves outside of a noticed public meeting. These communications would constitute an illegal meeting, and any finding or consensus of the board during such a meeting will be nullified by the Freedom of Information Commission. And that's even if there's a valid ground for a private executive session under the Act. As a result of the potential litigation between Ms. Carr and this board and the town, please ensure that all necessary steps are taken to secure and preserve both internal and external documents and information arising from and or relevant to this complaint, including not only written documents of any type, but also emails, voicemails, documents created using word processing, spreadsheet, document managing, contact calendaring, or other computer programs, and all types of information that is commonly created, stored, or transferred by computer. This includes, but is not limited to, texts sent via cell phones, information stored or transferable by external storage devices, and backup drives and tapes. The information that may be relevant may be stored on personal and home electronic devices, in addition to any devices owned or issued by the town. And this hold notice extends to those personal devices. Please ensure no such information is deleted and that any automatic deletion or archiving is suspended until further notice. Please do not make hard copies of any electronically stored information and then delete such electronic files or data. The electronic form of the information must be preserved. Finally, should any relevant electronically stored information have been previously deleted or destroyed, please recover this information immediately. If you have any questions regarding this correspondence or your obligations outlined herein, please don't hesitate to contact me. Thank you for your cooperation. Signed, Bertram Moses, me specifically. My contact information is obviously on the letterhead. That concludes the letter for purposes of the record. Thank you.
If I may make one more inquiry at this point. I see that there are 2 members of the Board of Ethics present. A third member, potentially, is Dr. James Sullivan. Is he any longer a member of the board?
No, he moved out of town.
He's no longer an elector?
On March 16th, I believe he moved out of town.
Okay, you've not received a resignation from him, though?
I don't have the resignation.
Okay, but it's your belief, is that correct, that he is not a member of the board
I did-
based upon his
Right, and I have
voting with his feet, so to
I have
speak?
communicated that to the complainant and the respondent, that we're gonna be a 2-person member until a third member is appointed to replace Dr. Sullivan.
I believe you had represented that, but I thought it would be worthy for the public again to hear.
Just for the record, I haven't seen a resignation letter. I'm not sure whether there is one yet. So he technically is still a member, but he's obviously not joining the group. So they will be proceeding with the 2 members.
Perhaps you didn't hear me. He may have voted with his feet. If he is no longer a resident or domiciled or claiming residency because he has moved out of town, by the charter, he is no longer a member of this board. You have to be an elector to be a member
Well, that's
of a board of
technically
commission.
true. I'm just saying, for the record, we haven't seen a resignation letter.
That's
yet.
all I asked. Had you seen any resignation? So,
I'm not arguing with you, so.
okay, well, I just wanted to be very specific on it.
And I have reminded him on several
Okay, well,
times.
that's
Thank
very
you.
good. I have placed 2 documents in front of you, Ms. Carolyn, excuse me, and Ms. Temple, that I think are going to affect the issues of this complaint. Have you had an opportunity to see them?
Will you just present it?
Yes, well, your attorney is looking at it, but you haven't.
Why don't you explain what they are? You just.
No, I really can't. But what, as a result of each document, I am now asking you to recuse yourselves, Ms. Carolyn and Mrs. Temple, from any, demand that you recuse yourselves based upon a crystal clear conflict of interest now existing with the respondent and yourselves individually. You must recuse yourselves from further consideration of complaint 2024-03. And that is my letter demanding you recuse yourselves.
That's a patent, obvious
Excuse me?
move. That's a patent, obvious move to try to undermine this entire process.
I don't believe that's the case, and I also resent it. I don't know what patented about it. There is something in front of them. I'm not allowed to tell what that is. I understand. I'm not telling what it is. It's up to them to determine it. And if you're not going, I don't know if you're the attorney for the board, Attorney Beecher. I don't know if you're the individual attorney for each of the members of the board, however. And whatever your advice
My
is.
advice is we proceed this morning.
Well, then if you want to express that to, I am asking Ms. Carolyn, and is it Mrs. Temple? I don't,
Ms. or
Attorney
Mrs.?
Temple.
Yeah, sure.
Attorney
Okay.
Temple, to recuse themselves now because they have a conflict of interest. It exists. And if they don't want to see that or admit that there's a conflict of interest and recuse themselves, I don't know what I can do about it other than to raise it. We'll leave it to others to make a decision as to whether that's a correct decision or not at this time. Thank you.
Proceed. All right, so we'll proceed with an opportunity for the respondent to present any information or witnesses that she would like to, and also provide at that point an opportunity for the complainant to cross-examine any witnesses or information presented.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
We're providing an opportunity for the respondent to present any information or witnesses that she would like, and also an opportunity for the complainant to cross-examine those witnesses.
Okay, On behalf of the respondent, I protest. I have protest. You're laughing at me?
No,
I'm-
I'm
It sounded like you were chuckling.
I don't even understand what's going on with you right now.
Well, then let me
you
try
want
and be
an
very specific.
Do you want an opportunity for your client to respond?
I'm responding. I'm
Okay.
representing my client.
Okay?
I'm doing my job. First of all, in what jurisdiction, in what jurisprudence in this country does the respondent have to respond to a complaint without hearing the complaint made by the complainant? One. Two, you have reversed your stance. In setting the order of battle, if you would, for the hearing with 02, you clearly, and I have the evidence here and we'll put it in, but I'm just telling you it's here, you said the complainant goes first, respondent goes second. You have that same order in your procedures by stating the complainant, then the respondent. What are we responding to? I want to hear what the complainant is complaining about under oath, with my opportunity at that time to cross-examine him upon what he is complaining about. That way I can better see what we have to respond to. Plaintiff, you're not a court of law, but you always have the complainant speak first, then you have the respondent answer what is complained of. He may have changed his mind about things since filing that complaint, which was made under oath.
Well, and
But I want to hear that so that I can effectively respond and fairly allow my client to respond to the complaints that exist now. And there may be things that he's going to say that my client won't have the opportunity to respond to because you're letting
You may recall.
him go first.
Dr. Carolyn said that the respondent would have the last word.
Ma'am, you don't understand me. You're an attorney. Can you tell me in what court in this state, this country, that the defendant is required to go first? Can you tell me?
I don't have to agree with you.
I didn't ask if you agree with me. I'm asking you a specific question. Can you tell me, as an attorney at law,
I'm not going to argue with
you're
you,
in
sir.
New York, and we're in New York, we're in Connecticut. Does the defense?
Dr. Carolyn,
Go
would you
first.
like to proceed?
I'm giving the opportunity for the respondent
Okay, then I'll start. I'm going to call the complainant as my first witness.
Okay? You're up.
Go ahead.
I'll ask the question, sir. You'll answer them, I hope. Thank you. Where would you like to sit? I'll stand there or I'll stand here. Board, where should I stand to conduct my
Where would you be most
examination of my
comfortable?
witness?
Where would you be most comfortable?
Probably right here.
Okay.
Is that good for
Sure,
you? You're the complainant in this matter, is that correct, sir?
correct.
And you are complaining about something that occurred in a Facebook page, correct?
Correct.
You've heard the respondent say that it wasn't her.
I have not heard her say that, no.
Okay. Hypothetically, well, excuse me, wasn't there a reference already to her two reports and you received copies?
There was written
It
correspondence
was
that said
written,
that,
okay.
yes.
But she has denied, correct? You're aware of that?
In that writing, correct, yes.
All right. And she said somebody else did it. Am I correct?
Yes,
And you've read that.
yes.
Now, I take it you don't believe that to be the case.
I believe it's irrelevant.
You believe that it's irrelevant that she did not write the words that you're complaining about. Is that accurate?
The words that I'm complaining about were written on a page under her official title.
I see. And where do you find that she had responsibility for somebody else's words, assuming there were other words?
I find that she's responsible for what is written
Where do
on,
you find
excuse me,
that?
sir, I'm answering your question.
I'm sorry, all right.
I find that she is responsible for anything written on her Facebook page under her official title that also included the town hall address as its address and the town website as the website that was listed on that page.
Are you aware that she is a third select person?
Yes.
What is wrong with her listing this business address?
Nothing, but I think it speaks that she uses that page for official business. And on that page, under her title, under her name, she used the words "the stuff and ballots," referring to me and my wife, the town clerk.
Could you tell me what words are used in that dialogue you have given
Sure.
that is an accusation?
Sure. The quote was, "Waiting on Ray DeStefan, parenthesis, the stuffin' ballots with his wife, our town clerk, end parenthesis, and former BOE member Debbie Brooks, who can't even, quote, like, end quote, when kids win awards for patriotism. Haven't heard any Democrats from Brookfield condemn this sick, sick violence."
Can you now answer my question?
Sure.
What words of accusation of ballot fraud or anything else do you find within these?
DeStuffin
This
ballots,
conversation.
DeStuffin ballots with his town wife, our town clerk.
And you consider DeStuffin ballots to be what, sir? An accusation?
Yes,
I see. You didn't think that later on, did you?
I don't know
In the
what you're referring to.
conversation. Could you go to the next page, sir?
The next page of what?
Oh, the next page of the dialogue. It's part of your complaint.
Okay. Yep.
Is there anything there that indicates that you found an accusation? I'll let you read it.
I don't
I'll
understand
go
your
with you if
question.
you'd like.
I don't understand your question.
All right, let me get a little bit more specific. On the top of page 2,
Yeah,
okay, you are reported to have typed, or it appears that you have typed, am I correct? DeStuffin ballots, question mark, question mark, question mark. Are you accusing me of something?
yes.
Question mark, question mark, question mark. Did you ever receive a response within this conversation on Facebook
No,
to your question?
no.
So up till this point, there was no accusation in your mind?
Mr. Leo, you were
No,
aware?
no, sir, am I correct? There is no accusation?
Excuse me, sir. No,
It's-
listen, this is not gonna go, you're
No,
gonna.
it's not. Yes,
Yeah,
well, yes.
No, 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 sir, it's not.
You're here to
Okay.
answer my questions.
Okay, I will
Was there an
answer your questions as I see
Was
fit.
there an accusation, sir, prior to your saying, "Are you accusing me"?
Mr. Lee, are you aware of what 3 question marks indicates in the English language?
I don't know. Would you like to tell me?
Yes,
No,
it
you would like
indicates,
to tell
it
me.
indicates a rhetoric question. Are you familiar with that?
Well, where do you find that, sir?
Where do I find that?
Yeah, where do you find that?
When I went to school, probably somewhere around 8th grade.
Okay, I'm gonna present you with the Harbor's College Handbook on grammar. Could you find that in here?
No, I'm not gonna look through that,
Oh,
no.
you're not going to look
No,
through it?
no,
It's
sir.
an authoritative text on grammar
Okay,
and the English language.
authoritative according to whom?
Well, most people and academics who are in charge of telling us what's appropriate. Are you telling us that to you, 3 question marks this is a rhetorical question?
I'm saying that the use of 3 question marks is often used for rhetorical
And are
questions.
you telling me that that's how you used it?
Correct.
Okay, so am I correct in asking this question? You didn't think there had been an accusation?
No, that's incorrect.
And what words, again, just limit yourself to the very words you feel are an accusation of something.
DeStuffin ballots with his wife, our town clerk.
But you're the complainant, not your wife. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So DeStuffin ballots, that's your complaint, that you are accused of something?
DeStuffin ballots with his wife, our town clerk.
That only,
With
Am I
his
correct?
wife,
Am I
the town
correct?
clerk. Are you
Your
having
wife
trouble
is the
understanding
town
that? I
clerk.
need
Is
to
that
explain that further?
is your wife the town clerk?
Yes,
So that statement was a statement of fact. Is that correct?
it is not a statement of fact.
Well, it said DeStuffin ballots with his wife. That is your wife.
The fact that she's my wife is a statement of fact, yes.
Okay. Are there any other words of accusation within the 6 pages of dialogue or conversation that you have attached to your complaint, that you rely upon for the premise that you were accused of doing something fraudulent, improper,
Not fraudulent or improper, no.
what else?
Well, there was a statement saying that I called the NAACP on her.
And what was your general response to that?
Complete confusion.
Well, didn't you call her a liar twice?
Probably.
Well, their words are right there, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm sure I did.
Well, I am sure you did too, but
Okay.
would you like to look at them, just to assure yourself?
No, I don't need to look at them. I've answered your question.
All right, we'll do this the hard way. On page,
This isn't the hard way, huh?
yeah, page 4, right at the top. It would appear that whoever wrote this said, "Are you accusing me of something, Ray DeStephen?"
DeStefan.
I'm sorry, DeStephan?
Yeah, it's the second time you've done that, but that's okay.
I hope not to make that error
I
again.
hope not to.
I assume other people also, Stephen is also a way of spelling the name Stephen, is it not?
No, it's not. Stephen is with an EN. AN would indicate Stefan.
Well, I hope to do it correctly.
We
to
could,
your-
we
to
could keep,
your
we could keep
satisfaction.
doing the language lessons here. It's fine with me.
And what was your response, Mr. DeStephan, to, "Are you accusing me of something, Ray DeStephan?" Could you give your response?
Yes, I'm accusing you of being a bold-faced liar in regards to me.
Okay. And 2 lines down, following Ray DeStephan, "Ask them since you filed it, loser." What
Yeah.
was your response to that?
Tara Carr, you are a liar.
Okay. Then the next line says what? You also didn't wait for someone else to post anything, but you said something.
You also accused my wife, the elected town clerk to this town, of voter fraud.
You think, and you're thinking that all stemmed from DeStephan ballots and
Correct.
your wife?
Correct.
Okay. Does she ever say your wife was stuffing ballots?
She said DeStefan ballots with his wife, the town clerk.
But didn't you think that that was kind of amusing?
Absolutely not.
I see. Well, didn't you say, let's see, what do we have that? Didn't you think that this was name calling?
In part, it was name
Well,
calling,
didn't
yes.
you actually say that in this dialogue, this conversation?
I probably did.
Well, would you see if you can locate it?
Why don't you tell me where it is, since you located it yourself?
Well, I know it's here, but it's your complaint, sir.
It's your question, sir.
Yeah, it is, and I'm asking you to please find it.
Middle of page 2.
Yeah, I said Tara Carr, and what's with the middle school name calling?
And what page is that, sir?
Page 2.
Page 2, early on in the conversation.
Yes.
And you said, what is name calling? What is a middle school, your reference to middle school conduct, what is that about? Could you tell us?
That name calling is childish behavior.
Childish behavior.
Yes.
You weren't calling it libel.
Not in that particular
You didn't-
statement.
You didn't accuse anyone of voter fraud at that juncture.
I didn't accuse anyone of voter fraud anywhere along the lines.
You didn't complain of an accusation against you or anyone else of voter fraud. You were complaining about a childish name calling.
That's correct.
What changed your mind, sir?
Nothing changed my mind. You understand this was being processed in real time.
I fully understand that,
Yeah.
but I'm just asking you, at that time, You didn't feel there was an accusation?
No, I felt there was an accusation.
You felt there was?
As a matter of fact, I'd like to point something out to you.
Yeah, let's go over this.
When I was notified on Facebook that I had been tagged in a post by Selectwoman Tara Carr, yeah. When I was notified, it was just before midnight on July 13th. And what I read as her statement was, waiting on Ray DeStefan, actually says in quotes, parenthesis, DeTuffin ballots, I assume was a typo, and former BOE member Debbie Sanders Brooks, who can't even like when kids win awards for patriotism. That's what I read as the quote. Going into the edit history later on, excuse me,
No,
sir.
I'd like you to stop.
No, I'm not gonna stop. I am not gonna
I'm
stop.
not asking you anything about edit history.
I am not,
Do
I'm
you
not
have
gonna,
an edit history?
I am not gonna stop. This is answering your
No, you're
question.
not
Let
answering
him
my
answer
Yes,
the
question.
yes, I am
You're not.
answering your question.
Let
You're
him
trying
answer
to
the question.
testify about an edit history.
Sir, you could try to
There's
shout over
nothing-
me, but you are out of order, okay? I am speaking now, all right?
All right, I'm not
This is-
gonna let you speak
What,
to an edit
you have
history
no
that's
authority
not in
to keep me
evidence.
quiet, sir.
No.
You're-
No,
you-
you be quiet.
You have,
You're
no-
my witness.
you have no authority to keep me quiet, sir.
The
Gentlemen,
question is withdrawn. That stops
Well,
you.
I'm gonna
The
answer-
question is withdrawn.
Sir, this is not a
There's no
court,
question
sir, this is
pending,
not a
sir.
courtroom.
There is no question pending.
Well, I'm gonna say this anyway.
No, you're my witness, you can't do that.
Well, that's too bad.
You're out of order. Oh.
Oh, no,
All
I'm
right.
not. This is, the podium's
Mr.
mine at the
DeStefan,
moment.
Mr. DeStefan,
Yes,
just hold it right there.
Yes.
The part that you want to say, you can say when it's your
Right.
turn.
okay, fine,
Thank you.
fine.
I'll remind the audience
haven't-
not to participate in any way. Thank you.
Please remind the entire audience.
I'm sorry, what?
Please remind the entire audience.
I am, I'm reminding
You're out of
you.
order.
Right,
You're the one who
they were
just
saying
spoke.
Comments over there, and he made a comment earlier.
I'm just reminding you.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. DeStefan, your complaint, if I read it correctly, is involving what is variously called Section G2 and G4 of the code. Is that correct, sir? Code of ethics.
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell me, it starts off, if I'm not mistaken, and you have a copy of it, by the way, to read? Do you have a copy to read?
Of those two, yes.
Okay, and it says, in addition to being a violation of laws, this is the second sentence, correct? That's the introductory clause?
Yes,
Okay. And then you make the complaint saying 2 applies and 4 applies, right?
yes.
Those conditions apply. Let me ask, what is the violation of laws that your complaint is referring to?
My complaint is in regards to repeated discriminatory, harassing, abusive, or intimidating behavior in the
All right,
execution of
could you
his
pick one?
responsibilities.
Could you pick one? Is it discriminatory?
No,
Okay. Is it harassing?
yes,
Okay. Is it abusive?
yes,
Is it intimidating?
It's an attempt to be intimidating, yes.
From how you're responding to me today, I doubt very much intimidates you, sir.
It was an attempt to be intimidating.
An attempt, but that doesn't say an attempt to be intimidating. It says intimidating.
Well, it was intimidating
All
behavior,
right.
yes.
All right, sir, let's move on. Now, could you tell me why is it harassment?
Why it's
I'll give you an
harassment?
opportunity. Why is it harassment? Yes,
To publicly accuse me of something I did not do is harassing.
and could you tell me what the violation of law would be?
No,
Is there a violation?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
But isn't that a requirement of a violation?
No,
Doesn't it say, in addition to being a violation of laws, it is a violation of this ordinance, two, and then they get very specific. So what was the violation of laws? What is the violation of law?
there, I don't know. I'm not aware
You
of a
don't know
violation
what
of,
one.
no.
Okay, so you think it's a harassing, maybe intimidating, or an attempt to intimidate. It's not discriminatory. You think it's abusive.
Yes,
Okay, but again, at the beginning of it, you said you thought it was a middle school name calling, not too serious, correct?
no, I would not say that that was not serious.
Middle school name calling isn't serious?
Oh, yes, it is. For an official to do to a resident, I think it is serious, yes.
Well, let's get into that. Engage in repeated. That's the next requirement, is it not?
It says that, yeah.
Yeah, what was repeated here? Wasn't it a one-time deal?
Well, there were other statements made in that exchange.
Well, that's why I asked you, sir, but you kept focusing on the words, and I'm gonna mispronounce your name again, I apologize.
DeStefan,
Well, all right. DeStefan,
DeStefan ballots with his
and
wife.
ballots, okay.
Yeah.
But those are the two words, are they not? They're only two words.
Well, that was part of the exchange.
Excuse me, were those the only two words?
No.
that- Well, I'd asked you that, sir. Could you tell me what other words you find within the context that is harassing?
Being called a loser? Is that enough for you?
I'm gonna ask you, no, I'm not gonna ask you that. Have you ever been called a loser before, Mr. Stefan?
That's not right.
Sure.
Okay. And have you ever been called by a public official a loser?
Not that I recall offhand.
Even in the Democratic Party?
Not that I recall offhand.
By the way, you are a former chairman of the Democratic Town
I am,
Committee,
yes.
correct?
Yes.
Former member of the Board of Education?
Yes, I am.
Do you currently hold any position?
I do not.
Okay. Did you hold any other positions as a public official or officer of the town of Brookfield?
No.
Okay. Again, repeated. Show me where there is a repetition within the confines of this conversation.
Abusive repetition, I've just told you that.
Where?
I told you I was called a loser.
Oh, a loser. Is that the only other time?
I'd have to go back and see, I think I was called a liar.
Well, why don't you think you were called a liar? Well, we've established that you called her a liar twice, whoever was writing this.
Correct.
Please point out where you were called a liar.
Oh, I was called mentally ill.
You were called, could you tell me where those words exist?
I need mental help, is what she said. You need mental help.
Don't we all, sir?
I would agree with, many of us do, sir. Not all of us get it, though.
I can believe that. But you weren't called mentally ill, were you?
It was said I need mental help.
And I'm saying that, isn't that a kind of nice generic comment that we all need mental help?
No.
Oh, I see, okay. You take that personally?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. How about any other repetitions that you found to be harassing?
No, I guess it's those three that I could see offhand.
Okay. Am just to be correct, going down them, there's nothing discriminatory in this, correct? Are you complaining about discrimination of some kind?
Well, there was discriminating comments made about Democrats.
Where, sir?
Just a few,
Within the confines of this conversation you had with someone other than Mrs. Carr by her statements.
I don't understand what you just asked me.
Well, what I'm saying is you had a conversation with someone and Mrs. Carr has said, it wasn't me.
Well, that's what she said, yes.
That's right, and I said by her statements.
Okay.
So you're having a conversation with someone and by her statement, it wasn't her.
That's what she said after the fact, yes.
Did she say, okay, that's fine. Good point. She never identifies herself. You just assumed it was her. Am I not correct, sir?
Did I assume it was her under her name on her page? Yes, I did.
On her page?
Correct.
Do you Facebook a lot, sir?
Enough.
Okay. Do you have anybody else who is entitled on your page? Well, let me ask this. Are you the administrator?
I have a personal page, and I have a couple of other pages that have nothing to do with politics.
Are you the administrator on all of those pages or all of those accounts?
I am the only person who has access to my page, my personal page.
Are you aware that people may have access to speak for others on their page? Are you familiar with that?
Sure.
Okay. So at this point, why did you assume it was Mrs. Carr and not somebody who she authorized to speak?
Because she was speaking in the first person under her page, under her title, talking about her experiences during that day.
But am I correct that it's your position that even if it wasn't Mrs. Carr, she's still in violation of this?
Yes.
Where do you find that in the code?
I find that she is responsible for what is written on her page.
Where do you find that in the code, sir? That's
About
what-
Facebook and about
No,
being,
the code we're talking about is the ethics code, sir.
it's the same place.
Where does it say that a person is responsible on their Facebook page for what somebody else writes?
It doesn't say that.
It doesn't say that.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I
Yeah.
appreciate
It
that.
doesn't say anything about Instagram or X or Twitter either. Although your client's not allowed on Twitter anymore. Or wasn't.
You want to go into that?
No.
I see. It sounds to me like you have a real anger at Mrs. Carr about something.
I'm angry about this.
No, you have an anger outside that because you just mentioned
Are you a
something
psychologist, sir?
about Twitter.
Are you a mental health professional?
No, but I can see somebody.
Okay.
And
I
I
am,
don't-
by the way. So
What is your position, sir?
I'm a clinical social worker.
A clinical social worker, and part of being a clinical social worker is what, sir?
There's a lot of parts to it.
Well,
Which part would you like-
With regard to mental health, are you a certified mental health
Yes, I am.
counselor?
Yes, I am.
And who are you certified by, sir?
The New York State.
New York State, not
Yes.
even Connecticut?
Not in Connecticut, no.
Not in Connecticut. And do you work at a school?
I do.
And are you a mental health professional at the school?
I am.
And do you work under a psychologist?
No.
Does a psychologist provide services?
Does
for
I,
mental health in the schools? You provide mental health. Then.
does a psychologist provide services also, you mean?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So you both provide for mental health of
Yes.
the students there.
Yes.
And when was the last time you took a course about mental health?
Earlier this year.
Earlier this year?
Yeah.
Part of your continuing education?
Correct.
So you don't feel you have any mental health issues?
I didn't say that, first of all.
Well, it's a question, sir,
What is the relevance of that?
because.
I concur with that. Can we get back to the
Yeah,
matter
well,
at
we
hand,
will.
please?
We will.
We will. How about now, please?
All right. Could you tell me where repeated harassing, you've told me where you think repeated harassing behavior is, correct?
Yes.
You tell me where repeated abusive behavior is, right?
Yes.
And you've told me where repeated I guess not discriminatory, but repeated attempts at intimidating you are.
Yes,
And those are just those three, am I correct?
that I recall and that I looked at now, yes.
Yeah, and you looked at, now, you were looking to see where you were called a liar. Did you find it?
I did not. I was not called a liar.
You weren't called a liar.
I was called a liar?
I'm saying you weren't called.
I was
a liar.
not, correct.
Correct. So you're saying it was the name,
Yes.
the stuffing, the use of that word in conjunction.
Well, the entire statement.
The stuffing with his wife.
The stuffing ballots with his wife, our town clerk.
If he had just said, if the person had said to Stephen with your wife, would that have been improper?
It's not what was said.
I
It's
just
not
asked
why
you
we're
a
here.
different question, sir. Hypothetically, would that be, you wouldn't be here, would you?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you have, were you ever called to stuffing?
Never,
Anybody else at any other time that you heard?
never,
Never.
never.
This requires in the execution of responsibilities also. What responsibilities do you claim Mrs. Carr was executing if she made this remark, at the time this remark was made?
Could you repeat that?
Yeah. Supposedly, what you're complaining about is activities of Mrs. Carr that were repeated, that were harassing, abusive, or intimidating behavior in the execution of his, or in this case, her responsibilities. What responsibility was she executing when this happened?
She was posting under her official title.
And that makes it executing something?
Yeah, and I think it's relevant to the part that says at all times.
All right, does state statute say that's part of the duties,
I don't-
responsibilities?
I don't know about
Is there
state
anything
statute.
in the charter that says that's the responsibility of a third select person?
What I'm aware of is what it says in the ordinances,
What ordinances?
the town ordinances.
Which town ordinances?
The same one we've been discussing, 21, 4, G, 2, and
What is
4.
what is execution of her responsibilities? What responsibilities?
Officers, employees of the town should exhibit high standards of conduct at all times.
Okay, would that be in public or in private? Or both?
At all times.
So you're saying a public officer always, or a public official, always, whether they're doing their job or not doing their job,
No, when they're operating under their official title,
operating under their official title.
correct.
And where do you find that, sir? In the code that says that is executing?
I don't find that specific language. You asked
You don't find.
you asked me a question, so I answered.
All right, and you don't find it in the code.
No,
Then how can you find a violation of this being a violation of the code? She is a select woman, is she not?
she is.
Okay, she's also a Mrs., I assume.
I assume, yes.
Okay, so she could be Mrs. Select Woman.
She didn't post as Mrs.
Could
Carr.
you-
She
could-
posted as
could you tell me
Brookfield
this?
Select Woman Carr.
Do you have any other evidence that she was conducting town business on that website? Town business that she was responsible for on that Facebook page? Any others?
Do I have evidence? She
That
has,
she was using that other than for what a personal blog might be used for?
yeah, she used it to make announcements about things that were happening in the town. She's used it for campaign purposes.
Is there anything wrong with that?
No,
Okay.
No.
So how does the entitlement select woman launch this into executing duties?
because
Simply
it's under
they
her,
use the word select.
because it's not simply that, because she also had the town hall address listed, the town hall website listed, the town hall phone number listed.
Well, isn't she a member of the select, board of selectmen?
Yes, she is.
Okay.
And that's,
Isn't this the address?
yes, and the page is listed that way.
So
So,
what?
so it would seem to be that she's using the page for official purposes.
And can you point to what official purposes she is performing?
Not more than I've already done, sir.
But you haven't pointed to anything written.
I understand your opinion on that.
Okay. Can you point to anything else you have that is written which says Facebook posting is part of official business?
No,
There isn't anything, is there, sir?
I don't know.
But you're not aware of it in any case?
No.
Are you aware of any rule that says that a person is responsible for managing their Facebook page if they're an official?
I'm not aware of specific, but I have read things that, yes, that when you use a Facebook page for official capacity or for campaign capacities, there are statutes and laws that pertain to it.
Do you have any evidence
I-
of what you've heard to be accurate, sir?
Yeah, I've read the statutes.
No, not read. Can you cite the
No,
statute to me?
no, I think
Did you
I
bring it
said
with
that when I started that comment, yeah.
Did you bring it with you?
I did not.
And you don't know what statute it is?
No.
So as you testify here today, all you can say is, I've heard something.
Well, I've read that, yes.
You've read something?
Yes.
Okay. And everything you read isn't true, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, so it might not be true what you read.
No, I think it's true.
Oh, you think it's true?
Yeah.
And that's because you did independent research?
That's because I read the statutes.
Oh, you did? And
Yes.
you don't know where the statute exists?
No, sir.
Is it a Connecticut or New York statute?
I don't,
sir?
no, it's definitely not a New York statute. It's either federal or Connecticut.
Federal?
I don't remember
Now we got
offhand.
federal law involved?
I don't remember exactly.
Okay, I suspect that you don't.
Okay.
You have been a fairly regular correspondent at times with the Board of Ethics, have you not?
No, I have not been a regular correspondent with the Board
No,
of
I said
Ethics.
fairly.
No,
Occasionally.
no, I have not. This is my
Ever?
second time that I've put something into the Board of Ethics that I recall.
Is this the first time?
This is not the first time.
Well, I handed you an article, board members criticized for calling women cute.
Yes.
And it says the Board of Ethics will send a letter to town leaders advising them to be mindful of their public conduct after the Democratic Town Committee sent a letter complaining that officials made sexist comments at a school budget presentation earlier this month.
Yes.
Is that true?
Yes.
And isn't that correspondence you made to the Board of Ethics?
It may have been. I don't recall
Would you like
exactly.
to read further?
No, I'll accept that as
It's
true.
11 years
Yeah,
ago.
yeah, I'll accept that as true, sure.
Oh, well, the article is there.
Yep.
I'm gonna,
And I did have one other complaint against a first selectman.
yeah, I know that. I
That
have
was
as
founded.
well. Are you gonna be the keeper of the exhibits?
Sure.
You also made a complaint against the first selectman.
Yes,
And who was that, sir?
that was Bill Tinsley.
And what? I'm handing you some pieces of paper.
Hmm.
I'm gonna leave the file. And you accuse Mr. Tinsley of what, sir?
Spending money that he shouldn't have been spending, town money.
Town money. And this was in front of the Board of Ethics, is that correct?
Correct.
So you've had experience, at least, in having a hearing like this?
Yes.
And that was fairly recently, or when was it?
No, it was
10 years ago?
2014, I think.
Oh, that was 2014 as well?
Yes. I noticed you pulled the News Times article that said that I was an inadvertent no-show because I did not understand the process at the time. But you missed the article that said that the Board of Ethics found merit in my complaint against Mr. Tinsley.
Did you know what the procedures were of this Board of Ethics when you made that complaint?
When I first made that complaint, I obviously did not understand all of the procedures.
Had you read the procedures?
I don't recall.
Okay. Didn't the procedures call in 2014 of this very committee for complainants as well as respondents to attend? They shall.
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
No, it was 11 years ago.
Have you taken a look at the procedures recently?
The ones that have been sent. to us, to all the people involved.
And the ones that you've been sent, what were you advised about attendance at this meeting?
As I recall, it said that I was not required to
Did
attend.
you take a look at the procedures after that?
Outside of that letter?
Yeah.
I did not.
Actually, that was on your advice.
Do you know what the imperative is
Cheryl.
In what context?
in the context of grammar?
Yes.
And what is the imperative? Isn't that the use of the word shall?
The shall would be yes.
Shall is imperative.
Yes.
And would you be, just out of curiosity, surprised that one of the procedures under hearing is that in the procedures of this committee, is dating back as far as December 2014, say, the complainant and the respondent shall appear? Not may, not, they don't have to.
Am I aware of that? No, not offhand.
Okay. Just a moment. You've also said that in your complaint that it is a violation of section 4 of other abuse and misuses of position. Is that correct, sir? Engage in any willful violation of the town charter?
Yes.
What is willful?
What is willful?
No, not as what is, I haven't finished, excuse me. What willful violations are you complaining about?
Okay. Let me look. Ethics Standard Article 10, C10-1, which states, all officials and employees of the town shall carry out their duties with the highest ethical standards regardless of personal considerations. Their conduct shall at all times be for the public good and within the bounds of law, shall comply with this charter and the town code of ethics, shall be above reproach and shall avoid conflict between public and private interests and responsibilities.
Would you agree with me that the Board of Ethics has violated state statute at this point?
I have no opinion on that.
Well, let me ask you this. Are you aware that your first complaint was dismissed?
Yes,
And why was it dismissed, if you remember?
I think it was something to do with something not being filed within a time frame.
No, it was quite specifically a violation of Connecticut General Statute 1-82A subsection C,
Okay?
okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's a violation of state statute, correct?
I don't know. That's not for me to decide.
The board decided it was, didn't they?
I don't know, they decided to dismiss that complaint based on that.
Okay, they dismissed the complaint
Yes.
based upon that.
Yes,
So they dismissed the complaint, okay, for what? Their violation of a state statute, correct?
no, I don't.
Whatever reason.
I don't know. They dismissed the complaint for the technicality.
Have you reviewed the minutes of the meeting of October 18th?
No.
Mr. Lee, if I may, can you keep this relevant to this
I
particular
believe
hearing?
it is relevant. It's
It's
relevant
not.
to what he knows.
He's not here putting the board on trial.
Correct.
You're here.
I'm not putting the board on trial.
This is your witness in this particular complaint. Please just ask him questions that are relevant to this complaint.
I think it is relevant to this complaint because his answer indicated that he's criticizing my client for doing something, I'm not sure which, in violation of state statute. And I simply asked him, well, hasn't this very board done that with reference to your O2 complaint?
And you've asked him, and he answered.
And
Move
he
on.
says he doesn't know.
Move on.
Is that correct?
Yeah, move on.
Is that your testimony? You don't know if they violated state statute?
That's correct.
Okay. What other violations, other than that you pointed out in the code? This is the town charter code, or the town charter. Is that the only one?
Yes, that's the only one I cited.
Okay. Have you ever heard of aspirational versus required conduct?
Yes.
Okay. Is this aspirational, or is it for any conduct? That means you have to follow this line.
My understanding of it is that any conduct you engage in under your official title or within your official capacity.
But it doesn't matter whether it's official capacity or not, is that correct?
No, I don't,
I see, so the denomination, let's go back to that, the denomination of saying select woman, the fair implication is, I'm performing select women's duties and responsibilities. Is that your testimony?
I think in regards to the Facebook page under that title, yes.
Okay. Could you give us any other examples of where this page was used by select woman Tara Carr for execution of duties?
I've already answered that.
And I don't think you have.
Well, I'm sorry you don't think that, but I have
Could you-
answered it.
Could you repeat yourself then, sir? Maybe I'm a
Yes,
little slow today.
yes,
Go
she's
ahead.
made announcements about town events. She's done campaign work for her own campaign and other campaigns on her page.
Okay, where does campaign works have to do with, in running for a public office, if you're not in that public office, how can that be execution of a public office? Do you follow that?
No,
Okay. If this, when this was her Facebook page and she was running for office, wasn't first selectman yet, she was running for that title.
yes,
Is that was that public office?
no.
Why?
She didn't hold public office at the
She
time.
didn't hold public
No.
office. So anything subsequent to that, if you're holding public office, that's part of your execution of your duties.
Well, she also changed the title of the page.
And the title of the page comported, did it not, with her legally addressed position?
Yes,
To do so, to not do so would have been, I won't say improper, but would have been different. If she had just said Tara Carr,
yeah.
it's okay?
Well, that would be a personal page, I would assume.
Okay. Well, you got all this other information. Didn't you find out this was a personal blog?
No, I don't believe this is a personal blog.
You don't believe it is? Why not?
Once again, because it held her official title at the top of the page, she used the town hall address, the town hall website, the town hall phone number, all listed as the contact information on that page.
Let's talk about what Facebook calls it. Does Facebook call it and treat it as a personal blog?
I have no idea.
You don't know.
I have no idea.
Is that important to you?
No.
That's not important to you. And am I correct that what you just enunciated, section 10, I believe you cited, is the only charter provision that you're citing as willful violation?
Yes.
Why is it willful? Could you-
Why is it
Withdrawn. What does willful mean to you, sir?
with intention?
Intention?
With
What kind of intention?
conscious, purposeful intention?
Okay. So you're speaking here today, is it willful testimony, or is it just testimony? Willful is an adjective, is it not?
Yes.
Okay, and it modifies what?
The verb.
Action?
Oh, I'm sorry, the noun.
It's a noun. Thank
Yes,
you.
yeah.
Adverbs and nouns. right?
Yes, correct.
Adjectives and nouns.
Correct.
So it's a type of behavior. That is to say, willful behavior. What makes it willful? What action do you believe makes this willful?
That I believe what,
Well, you're the one who said that she'd engaged in willful violation.
yes.
What, could you tell us what she did to engage in a willful violation?
She broke ordinance.
Can you do that inadvertently?
I would imagine so, but I would think that
Okay,
you're
then
probably
what- then
still
which
responsible
ordinance
for
did
it.
she do willful?
The one that I cited in my complaint.
So so what you're saying is all of those are willful?
Yes.
Okay. And why are they in the charter again?
As part of the Board of Ethics, but part of the Code of Ethics.
The Code of Ethics as such is an ordinance, is it not?
I'm not sure.
Or are you basically saying that, hey, everything that she did in violation of, short, call it G2, was willful?
Yes.
Even though it might not be her who was posting. correct?
Yes,
That's still willful conduct.
yes,
Next question. You heard this on the evening of July 15th, is that correct?
correct.
What time did this start? What time did you go on and start posting?
Shortly before midnight, I think, or maybe around midnight.
When did this conversation terminate?
It was after midnight on July 14th.
Okay. The H's after the various comments give you an idea of the hours. You printed these pages about 2:30 on the 14th, correct?
I don't recall.
You don't, could you look at your complaint?
Yeah, 2:30 on the 14th.
So, if we subtract a bunch of hours, the first, I think the first post has 16H after it.
Yes.
Below it, to the
Mm-hmm,
left.
yes.
Okay, would that mean that that post, if you subtracted 16 hours from 2:30, would give you an idea of what time it was posted?
Yes.
Okay, and that would be,
8:30? No, wait, sorry. 16 hours would be 10:30 p.m.? Up thereabouts?
military time, 2:30 is 14:30. So you subtract 14:30 plus 1:30 more, so that would be about 10:30.
Yep.
Yes, I agree with you. And the conversation went on between 10:30 and what hour, sir? What would be the last post that you were involved in?
Well, the conversation didn't start until around midnight.
12:30. That's 14 hours?
Well, no, these are not specific times.
Well, the first Brookfield Selectman, Tara Carr, 16 hours ago.
Yeah. You understand that they round out to hours.
That's all right.
Yeah.
I'm willing to take the rounding. So this conversation didn't start till around 14 hours before 2:30, correct?
Somewhere in that area, yeah.
Right, and what would 14 hours from 2:30 be? It would be on the 13th, correct?
It would be 14 hours would be around, no, it would be around around a little after midnight on the 14th.
Okay. So the conversation that you're complaining of is what is on page 1, presumably starting with, any registered Brookfield Democrats agree with me. Would that be correct? That you're complaining about?
No, it started with waiting on Ray DeStefan,
Oh,
which was a comment to the
well, that was
comment.
14 hours also, correct?
Yes. Yeah, rounded, yes.
Okay. And it continued to when, sir, with your involvement? And if you'd like to give us the page on that as well. If you'd like to take a look at page 4.
It looks like it went into, oh, wait a second, hold on. Page 4, yeah.
Page 4, 1, 2, 3,
Yeah, into the next day,
right.
yeah.
No, it still says 14H.
No, it says
All right,
4H.
8H, okay.
No,
Let's-
there's one that says 4H.
Oh, there's a 4H too.
There
Okay.
is.
Let's go above it. The fourth one down on page 4 repeats your comment. And what did you call her, a liar?
Yes,
Okay. And then there is a next post by you is 8 hours.
yes.
So that would be what, about 6:30 in the morning?
Yeah, thereabouts.
About 6:30 in the morning. And are there any other comments supposedly by the author after that time?
No, not that I see.
So effectively, this ended that meeting, correct?
Yes, the back and forth?
It
Yes.
it also contained an invitation to go to coffee, am I correct?
Yes.
And what did you take that to mean? Literally what the invitation was?
I thought it was odd.
Oh. But you didn't want to go to coffee and talk about?
No.
things? You didn't want to?
I did not want to.
Okay. Um, When did you first call, telephone Mrs. Carr to complain about?
I did not. I never did.
You never contacted her?
No, sir.
Do you know of your own knowledge whether your wife contacted her by phone?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
A letter?
Not to her?
Yeah.
No,
An email?
no.
How about something on her Facebook?
No, no.
Something on her Facebook
You mean-
about your concern that you were called out on being voter fraud. Did you ever complain? about
Outside of the conversation that had
Yeah.
taken place? No.
that? Did you ever complain to Facebook that this was conduct that was unbecoming, if at the very least?
I think only after the News Times printed a story about it.
The News Times printed a story about what, sir?
About the first hearing. When the first hearing became a public issue, the News Times printed a story about the upcoming first hearing,
Let me ask this.
and I posted the story.
Okay, if you can recall, when did you, and I'm gonna call it '02, you filed that previous complaint, which was a record, which on October 18th was dismissed by this board.
Mhm.
Do you recall when you filed that first complaint? We're
Um,
gonna call it '02,
I think it was August 1st.
okay. Before you filed the complaint,
Yeah.
did you make any attempt to contact Mrs. Carr?
Once again, no. I made no
Okay,
attempt to
I-
contact
And
Ms.
to the
Carr.
best of your belief, your spouse didn't either?
Correct.
Okay. And you didn't complain to Facebook about this either, did you?
You mean, like, make a formal complaint to Facebook? No, I did not.
You didn't.
No.
Let me see, I'm almost done, I think. I have nothing further to say
Okay.
with this witness.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any questions you'd like to ask of Mr. DeStefan?
You go first.
Okay, I'll go first.
Yeah.
Mr. DeStefan, have you ever participated in any activities in town related to the election process?
Absolutely.
What-
Yes.
What have those been?
I ran for office twice. I was the chair of the Democratic Town Committee during one election.
Have you ever participated in the process itself, though, of overseeing it or being in,
Oh, no, only in campaign work.
just
Yeah.
just doing campaign work?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever participated in ballot stuffing or other irregularities related to the election?
Absolutely not.
In an earlier communication with the person identified as Brookfield Selectwoman Tara Carr, you asked what's with the middle school name-calling, and the person responded, name-calling. You called the NAACP on me. You need mental help.
Yes,
Had you called the NAACP on Mrs. Carr?
I had not.
Do you have any idea what that was about?
Absolutely none.
Okay. Has Mrs. Carr ever apologized to you for the comment, "DeStuffin' ballots with your wife"?
Never publicly, never privately, and has never offered a retraction publicly or privately.
So you're aware of no retraction to the comment?
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. Mrs. Temple?
Yeah. Did you or your spouse experience any harassment or reputational harm as a result of the post?
Can you speak louder?
Sure.
Yeah, speak
Did-
louder.
Let me,
I'm gonna object to that, and I'm sure Attorney Beecher will agree with me. Reputational harm? What does that have to do with this complaint?
let me rephrase it.
This is
Aren't,
libel.
aren't objections out of order?
No, I'm making a comment as a reasonable person who happens to be a lawyer, that is irrelevant, whether you've
Okay.
suffered any harm.
I could have done better. Thank you.
I know you could have, thank you.
Okay. What were the repercussions of this post? Can you tell me for you personally or professionally, you or your family?
It's hard to assess professionally, but personally, I was reached out to by a number of community members who were concerned about the fact that this was being said about both me and my wife.
Okay.
There are 1,300 people on that page, who I assume most are residents of this town, where my wife is an elected official.
Thank you.
And if there was if anybody took the accusation seriously, I would imagine it could have electoral impact for my wife when she runs for re-election.
Did you, it sounds like you did not request a retraction or correction from Ms. Carr. Is that true?
I don't believe I requested it, no.
Do you know if the post was ever taken down? I don't have access.
No, I don't believe it was.
I'm not following this. So
I
it's
don't believe
still
it
up
was.
today?
As far as I know, the last time I looked, which was probably months ago.
The post is still on her.
The last
As
time
of
I
a month
checked,
ago?
months probably, I don't know exactly how many.
Okay.
Would you have responded differently if Ms. Carr had posted a correction or responded with an apology or something like that?
Yes.
Is there anything that you would like to add that you feel relevant to the case?
Yeah, there's a couple of things. First of all, when I was notified that I was tagged in a post, it was just before midnight on the 13th. And what I read when I went to the page was waiting on Ray DeStuffin ballots and former BOE member Debbie Brooks, who can't even like when kids win awards for patriotism. That's what I read. Okay, so I was not aware at the time when I read that post, and I started to engage in a back and forth based on that post.
Mm-hmm.
What I saw later on through the edit history
Yeah.
was that at 11:58, that post was edited by what it says, Brookfield Selectwoman Tara Carr, saying waiting on Ray DeStuffin ballots and former member Debbie Brooks, who can't even like when kids win award for patriotism. It was again edited on 11:59, waiting on Ray DeStuffin ballots and former member Debbie Brooks, who can't even like when kids win awards for patriotism. Haven't heard anyone, Democrats from Brookfield, condone this sick violence. It was then again edited at 12 a.m. on the 14th, 1 minute later, waiting on Ray DeStuffin ballots and former BOE member Debbie Sanders Brooks, who can't even like when kids win awards for patriotism. Haven't heard any Democrats from Brookfield condemn the 6-6 violence. And then was edited again at 12:01, 1 minute later, waiting on Ray DeStuffin ballots with his wife, our town clerk, and former BOE member Debbie Brooks, who can't even like when kids win awards for patriotism. Haven't heard any Democrats from Brookfield condemn the 6-6 violence. So the post was edited 4 times after its original posting.
And how are you interpreting that?
What I had engaged in the back and forth, not realizing that she had said something in addition about my wife.
Ah,
Okay, so that when I became aware of that later on is when I first mentioned something about her accusing my wife. My first response is, are you accusing me of something, was under the assumption that she had just said something about me. But apparently the poster did not feel that was sufficient and had to then go back several times until they ultimately included my wife in the statement.
it seems like you're implying that you would have responded differently had you read it as it finally appeared.
I think it would have made me much more upset to see that she had included my wife in this statement, because my wife is an elected town official who is involved with the electoral process in regards to absentee ballots. So yeah, I think it would have been more relevant. Additionally, there was a post made on the same day about the boat parade that was taking place. and somebody named Sandy Schuper said, this was all on the same day around the same time, Brookfield Selectwoman Tara Carr, is this actually your post and event, or was your account hacked, or question mark? The response from Brookfield Selectwoman Tara Carr was, Sandy Schuper, hi Sandy, hope you're well. This is my account. Would you like to come out and take to the lake and join us? It's going to be a beautiful night there, and will be people from all over the lake. Several American flag emojis, make America great again.
Do you have that,
Right
that you
here.
can share with us?
Yes.
Or I don't think it was included.
I don't have copies, but I have this.
Okay. Thank you.
Do
Can
you
we,
also have the edit history, or was that part of your
That was
complaint?
It was part of my complaints.
can we hold on to that?
Yes.
May I see that before I terminate?
Sure.
I'll just look at it right.
That's good.
Who is Sandy Schuper? Do you know?
I don't know.
So then what you gave us in your complaint, these are these comments that you gave us are prior to Mrs. DeStefan being named on the,
Yeah, I am not exactly sure where I became aware of it, but I know I engaged in several comments before
Okay.
realizing that Andrea had been mentioned.
okay.
My inquiry is based upon this. Do we know what day this occurred?
Same day.
Where does it say that? Can you tell me?
I don't know that it says it on there, but I can tell you it was the same day. That's my sworn
And how
testimony.
do you know it was the same day? How,
Because the date on the post was the same date,
but this piece of paper doesn't tell me.
which I've acknowledged that. But
Sorry?
I've acknowledged that, but my sworn testimony is that it was the same date.
Okay, but you don't know who Sandy Schuper is.
I don't.
And you don't know who posted the response saying, it's my account. Where is, you just read it.
It's in the middle of the page somewhere.
Middle of the page somewhere. Reply. Could you tell me where it is? Because I don't see it.
Why don't you ask the witness?
Well, I would, but we only have one piece of paper.
Yeah, it doesn't have the context, so.
Well, it
we-
doesn't have a reply that
Well,
you
up here, there's
testified
a
to. I
date,
didn't
but
see-
it's probably the date that he printed it. I'm not quite sure.
This is the question.
Yeah.
This is the reply
Oh,
from
oh,
Brooklyn.
oh, this is my account, but you don't, okay, that could have been somebody else posting for her as well, correct?
Possibly.
No, I'm just asking,
In theory, sure.
possibly.
Yes.
Whether theory or not, it could
Yeah.
have been.
Yeah.
okay. And this would have been,
Somebody could have been
what
lying.
time of day
yes.
would this have been the next day, the 14th, Sunday?
It was around the same time. It was all in. I read it all that evening.
If it's still up there,
I don't know.
we could find
I've
it.
never seen this before.
I have no idea if it's been deleted or not.
But we don't know who gave the reply other than
Sandy
to
something.
to Sandy Schuper.
Okay,
That's not in your complaint, okay.
fair.
If you guys are done, I just had one question. Because you
we're not
raised it, and I
quite-
wanted to follow up with it from you.
Okay. What do you, Mr. DeStefan, what do you think Ms. Carr was going for when she made, or whomever made the post? Was there a benefit to her, or I'm still confused as to, I'm trying to understand, and what was your perspective on that?
Which her
The post, the original.
the original post that mentioned me. What I would only have to guess at what her intention may have been or her reason for
Is
doing
there any
that.
backstory or other information that we should know about?
I had not engaged in anything that day or with that conversation about what had occurred that day.
Okay, so this, for you, this was kind of out of the blue,
Yes.
I understand.
I have engaged on other posts with her, in terms of differences of opinions and presenting different information and challenging her on some things that she's posted.
And in that case, well, those aren't in front of us, but I guess it's relevant to know if you felt like that was her behind the keyboard or someone else.
She never identified otherwise, or the person never identified otherwise as anybody other than Tower Car Selectwoman.
Okay. I have no further questions. I know you had something that you wanted to say.
The one was a follow-up to yours, Attorney.
Sure.
And that is the apology. I just want to make sure that I'm clear on it and the board is clear on it. You made no attempt between July 13, 14, that Saturday, Sunday, that we see this about, to say to Mrs. Carr, or Selectwoman Carr, or to Board of Selectmen, Mrs. Carr, I really don't like what you said, and I think I deserve an apology.
No, I did not.
You didn't request it, you didn't demand it, you didn't even draw it, it wasn't even drawn to her attention by you. that
Not
this
by me,
existed on
no,
the page.
no.
Okay,
She
that
responded.
answered my question.
Okay.
Did your wife ever ask for an apology?
I,
If you know.
not that I know of.
Not that you know of. One other question, again, it's a follow-up, Attorney Temple, to the last question you said. Is there a backstory? Isn't there a backstory to your wife's occupation? No, let me, your wife was at all times the town clerk, correct?
At all times?
Well, at all times relevant to this complaint.
Yes.
Okay, she's been the town clerk since what date? And to the current?
January of 2016? 15?
Since November of 2017.
Oh, November
2017.
2017.
Okay,
Okay.
2017, she's been the town clerk.
Yeah.
And this concerns some writing which occurred in 2023, correct? 2024, excuse me.
Yes.
Okay, August. Was there, did you ever hear your wife speak of a problem concerning her responsibilities vis-à-vis the ballot box, having a problem with First Selectwoman Carr, in which some emails were brought out?
Not that I recall. I think there was something she said to me once about, there was questions about whether or not there was cameras on the ballot box.
And have you seen these emails?
Have I seen the emails? No, I have not.
You haven't seen them?
I have not.
You haven't investigated them?
No.
Okay. Was your wife upset because of these emails about the camera on the box?
You'd have to ask her.
Okay, I know I will, but I'm just asking, did
Yeah.
she tell you anything about that?
I don't recall if I would categorize it as upset.
Was your wife
Concerned?
at home at the time
At the time of what?
of, that this complaint, that you became aware of the Facebook page? Was she at your house?
I actually don't recall. I think she was.
I think she wasn't.
Oh, maybe not.
Maybe your.
Oh, no, that's right. She was away. She was away, yeah.
was she
And I remember that because July 13th happens to be our anniversary, and she was away.
What was she away for?
She was away at some kind of training for town clerks that she had paid for on her own dime.
Okay.
One other element you could help out with, it's just a timing one. I believe you, with your complaint, you filed a letter that your wife allegedly, it has a date on, it's an email
Yeah,
letter to the Board of Selectmen, is that correct, sir?
yes.
And I think you denominated that as being an August 2nd, but the email, and this, just trying to get the date down, says July 30th. Could that have been on July 30th and not August 2nd? I think you did say August 2nd. I'm just trying to find out, would
That, the date she submitted her
Yes.
email?
Yeah,
I don't recall.
okay. Do you have the email in front of you?
I
think
don't.
you made it part of your complaint.
I did. So I'm not sure why you're asking
Is
me.
that to the Board of Selectmen?
Yes.
Okay.
I think you have a copy of it.
Oh, yeah, you have a copy. Yeah.
I have a copy.
Here. Somehow July 22 sticks in there. If I can find it.
July 30th, sent July 30th, 2024, 6:43 PM.
And you have a cover letter on that, do you not?
When I, yes,
When you filed the complaint?
yes,
And that cover letter says, I'm just trying to keep my head straight on the dates.
it says August 2nd, yeah.
Okay, so it was on the 30th, not the 2nd.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and had you completed had you signed, you hadn't signed a complaint yet, correct? Or
I had not filed a complaint yet.
No, I didn't say filed, I said signed.
Well, if, what you mean by signed is the letter that I wrote and signed?
No, on the form.
Oh, the form?
Yeah, on
Yeah,
the
that's
form.
correct. I don't know if I had signed it at that point.
Okay.
I had not filed it. I may have written it out.
Fair enough. It appears that it was on October 22nd that you filed it. And you took oath that all the statements herein were true and accurate to the best of your knowledge. and
The
belief.
second complaint was filed on August 22nd.
Correct, that's the
Yeah.
one where,
Yes.
that's that complaint.
Yes.
The first complaint, 02.
Yes.
Okay. Your wife didn't file a complaint, did she? With
No.
the Ethics Commission?
She did not.
Do you know why?
I don't.
Did you ever talk about it?
About her filing a complaint?
Yes.
No, I just said that I was gonna file a complaint.
Okay. And as a result of that, did that result in her filing this letter dated August, July 30th, 2 days before?
No, I don't think it had anything to do with her writing the letter to the Board of Selectmen.
Okay. But it did follow it, or it did precede it by just a few days, did it not?
Preceded what?
It preceded your complaint.
Yes, my official filing of the complaint, yes, it did. My
Okay.
intention to file, no, it did not precede my intention to file.
And did you know that she was filing this letter, this July 30th letter?
She told me before she sent it, yeah.
She told you, and
Yeah.
did you read it?
I think I did, yeah.
Okay. No, I have no further questions.
Any questions?
At this time,
Do you have any other information that you feel is relevant that you'd like to share with us?
I don't think so.
Anything?
All right, thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stefan. Well, it's your witness, so you're dismissing.
yeah, I
Okay,
said,
fine.
he's excused, subject to recall if something else
Okay.
testifies. That's all. The next witness will be Mrs. DeStefan? Did I pronounce it correctly that time?
Okay.
Good morning, Mrs. DeStefan. And
Thank
you are
you.
the town clerk,
I am,
and you've been the town clerk, what years to what years so far?
from November 2017 through present.
Since the 17th through the present. And did there come a time when there was, let me back up. Let me show you. These are 1, 2, 3 pages, front and back, total 6 pages. And could you identify what they are, other than bad reproductions of pictures?
I can identify that this is an email from Tara Carr sent on October 19, 2023. She sent it to myself, Dan Secor, the Registrar of Voters, and Sheldon Kahn regarding cameras. She's asking about cameras and is the outdoor lighting fine?
What was the date of?
Would
that?
you, is your intention for me to read the whole thing?
No, just identify what it is.
Yep, okay, I think I identified what it was.
Just-
Thank you.
No, I don't have a copy, but that's okay.
You are more than welcome to my copy.
No,
I really don't need it. I have it on my own.
you are.
I'm more than happy to share this with you.
No, that's all right.
Okay.
As you read it, you were a party, I think there were a total of 5 emails shown.
Okay.
Am I correct?
I'm going to guess you're correct.
And they are dated between what dates and what dates?
It looks like they were dated as previously stated from October 19th
It began,
through maybe they began October 18th through October 19th.
and they concerned what?
They concern Tara's concerns with lighting and cameras.
Okay, and what position did she hold at that time, October 18th?
She was the
19th?
select person, first select person.
And you are made a CC on these?
Yes,
Okay, you didn't initiate any of these?
no. Nope.
They were about,
I was not a CC, I was a 2.
you, I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
I was not a CC, I was a 2.
Oh, a
two.
two, you were recipient.
TO,
Okay,
2.
At that time, whose duty was it, if you know, in town hall, town officials, employees, to supervise the use of that camera as it related to the ballot box?
I would guess whoever maintains our cameras.
Okay, were you involved in that?
Do I maintain the cameras or any IT equipment? Absolutely not.
Do you feel any responsibility to where the camera is aimed?
I feel responsibility in performing my duties in receiving and issuing absentee ballots, and IT is responsible for the cameras.
Okay. And-
Possibly, maybe Sheldon, I don't know.
Okay.
You would have to ask them.
All right, as of July 1st, 2025, are you aware of town responsibilities with regard to cameras and ballot boxes?
Yes,
And what is that responsibility?
is that we now have to have a camera on the ballot box, which we had prior to that.
What does the new statute call for as of July 1st, 2025?
It
if you
calls,
know?
it calls that it has to be recorded at all times.
And was it recorded at all times in
Prior?
prior?
Yes, prior. I believe the way Dan has indicated, it's recording at all times, and I don't want to speak for Dan, but I believe what he has indicated is it is running at all times, but only captures movement. So you're not having to watch 14 hours to find if somebody visited the box. It only records when the box
Is it
has.
not now supposed to record that box in such a way that it shows people using that box 24/7 from the time it's put out to receive ballots to the time balloting ceases?
It is
Absentee- I should say
required
absentee
to be
ballots.
recorded 24/7, which it is, and as it was, and it records the motion to refer back to. I am not an IT person, you would have to check with IT. However, if I may finish, since you asked me a question, I'd like to finish since you asked me the question.
Go ahead.
It has been relayed to the state, what our camera does, and it has been approved.
Now, that's good.
And I'm not done. Irrelevant to her post, because the law came into effect after her post.
That's right. It was June of 2024, is that
Right.
correct? Okay.
I believe
And what
so.
the law comported with was what she was saying, right? In these emails.
Well, no, these emails are before the law became in effect, which we were in advance of. Irrelevant to her post about me and what this complaint is about.
Didn't the legislature in June of 2024 do what the first select woman wanted done in September, October, November for the election of 2023?
Cameras
Isn't
were
that
already
accurate?
on the box prior to her email.
Understood,
Lights were
but isn't
already
that-
used prior to her email.
What I'm saying, don't these emails advocate, let's have a camera that can take a picture 24 hours?
Absolutely.
And do the emails not indicate that when the lights went out outside at 10 a.m., nothing was going to show?
I guess so. I haven't taken the time while we're standing here to
don't you
reread them.
read them then?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not going to do that right now. I don't have the wherewithal to read through irrelevant information. So I'm going to just go and say, at this time, I don't remember.
Okay, Mrs. Carr will read them.
Excellent.
So
Good.
you don't have to,
Thank you.
we do not
Irrelevant
disturb you with
to
reading.
her accusation towards my husband and I, which this ethics complaint is about.
Okay. This is about the accusations towards you. Let's talk about that. Are you referred to in anywhere in the conversation other than as his wife?
That I know of, I haven't taken the time to really read through her post
Please
because
do. Please
she's
do.
not
We
that
have the
interesting to
time.
me.
You just made a complaint about you're being accused of something, and I have asked you a specific question. Is your name used anywhere in this conversation on Facebook?
That I know of, no, but I have not read through it.
You've never read through this?
No, I haven't read through all of her comments. I'm not interested in her.
I'm not interested in her comments. I'm asking if you have read through the dialogue, the conversation on Facebook that your husband has presented on his behalf and as he has testified it on your behalf.
I'll say for the third time, I read the first comment that my husband's complaint is initiated on. I have not read through the rest of the comments.
At some point, I'm asking this person to do that, Mrs. DeStefan, to do that, because my question is very pointed and very relevant. I'll maintain this and make an offer. You, the board, have accused my client in your two reports, one dated the 20th of October, I believe it's October 20th, this date it's submitted, as well as March 6th, 2025. 20 February, excuse me, of this being a process where she has been harmed and almost as though she is a complainant and entitled to some type of relief based upon her husband's complaint. I'm asking her herself, her husband also made that statement. I'm asking if she herself is named within the four corners, if you would, of that dialogue other than DeStefan, Ballots, and his wife, the town clerk, and his wife, the town clerk.
With
Is
his
there
wife.
any other reference to you?
With his wife.
With.
With his.
With his wife, excuse me.
With.
With his wife. Okay, it's that preposition used, with his wife.
An important one.
Okay, I'm sorry?
An important one.
Yeah, but is there any other statement about you?
For the fourth time, I have not read through the comments.
That's,
I am aware of her making her accusation towards my husband, including me in several edits, with the intention to include me, willfully including me.
I see.
So that's where I don't need to read anymore. That's what the complaint is about. That's what my husband is complaining about. I haven't read through the rest of her comments. If other people believe I haven't been mentioned, I'll trust them.
I see.
It's irrelevant.
And when did you read the complaint, the first complaint? I'll call it 02, the August complaint. When did you first read that complaint?
I have not read through the full complaint. My husband has because he is the complainant.
Did
I
you-
imagine my
Did
husband
you
has.
read a part of it?
I haven't read through it.
Have you read a part of
No,
it?
I have not.
You read the face page of it, maybe?
I have not read the complaint.
Or-
I have
or
not
any
read
part
the
thereof.
complaint.
Is that correct?
I haven't read the complaint.
Have you read the complaint that was filed on October 22nd?
I have not read the complaint.
There's no reason you can't. It's
I know that,
It's in public.
but I haven't.
Okay.
I'm not sure why that's troublesome. I haven't read the complaint.
I'll be very specific. Connecticut General Statutes 1-82A. That's why it's important.
Would you like to tell me what that is?
No, but your husband can,
Okay,
all right?
then I'll check with
I'm
him.
sure, because he got a copy of it.
Would you ask a question, not testify,
Yeah, well,
please?
this is,
Please.
it is the witness trying to develop a dialogue. I apologize for
your question.
responding to it.
Right, you're a lawyer.
I still would just as soon be polite to someone and try and answer their inquiries, and I'm sure you would too, Mr. Beecher, if the shoes were on the other foot.
If you want to be polite, you can answer me. I asked you to share what that statute was.
It is the statute that deals with filing complaints and what the state says about filing complaints.
I didn't file a complaint.
No, but you are involved in a matter, and you were involved in the prior matter that involved the filing of a complaint.
Okay, but I didn't file a complaint. If the statute is
Why
in,
did you send that letter on August 30th to the Board of Selectmen?
okay,
That
we're
email,
shifting gears.
excuse me.
Okay, why did I send it? Because I felt that Tara's including accusing my husband with his wife, the town clerk, myself, was inappropriate, and that she has been invited to learn the process and failed to follow through with it, and yet here she is making an accusation about ballot stuffing.
In that email, in the last paragraph, do you have it, by the way?
Nope, I don't.
Okay, let me give it to you. Copy. I think the board should have the August 30th, excuse me, July 30th, Tuesday, July 30th. Oops, just that side.
The letter?
Yeah, this is the email that was sent to the Board of Selectmen.
Yes.
It's not what's on the other side.
Okay, thank you. We have this.
In that last paragraph, there was an open invitation.
Mm-hmm.
When did the Board of Ethics meet with you at some point to familiarize themselves with the process of handling absentee ballots?
The Board of Ethics?
Yeah.
Yes.
And when was that? Can you
Oh,
tell me?
gosh, I can't remember exactly when. Several months ago.
And, well, was Mrs. Land, is it? Yeah. Was she a member of the board?
I don't remember if
time?
she had resigned or not yet.
Okay. But was she there?
No.
Okay. Who was there from?
Dr. Carolyn.
Who?
Dr. Carolyn.
And who else?
Dr. Carolyn.
That's
That's
solely
it.
you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever meet with any other member of the board?
No.
Dr. Sullivan?
No.
No, just Dr.
Just Dr. Carolyn.
Okay, thank you. Did any other member of the board inquire of you about procedures?
Inquire of me? No.
Yes. You gave a name when you were testifying about the back and forth. Daniel. Who is Daniel?
Dan Secor from IT.
And IT is,
Information technology.
and he is your supervisor in Brookfield?
Not at all. Dan works for technology. He does not work for the town clerk's office. He works for the town.
I thought I said the town.
No, you said he's my superior, or something along those lines.
I didn't say that, but that's okay.
You said my
We're getting-
supervisor.
We're getting to it. He is chief of IT for the town of Brookfield.
At that time, yes, he was.
Okay. And he was responsible, I believe that's your testimony? If it's not, please
I
correct
said
me.
I believe that he, with Sheldon, are responsible. I don't know who maintains. Sheldon works for the facilities department.
The what?
Facilities department?
Is that part of DPW, Department of Public Works?
I believe that it's a subsection of it.
And what is his duty?
You would have to ask Sheldon what his duties are. I don't maintain,
What do you believe his duties are?
I believe his duties are to maintain the facilities.
This facility in particular?
All of the town's facilities, I believe. You would have to ask him.
You don't know if he is the custodian for this building?
I don't believe he's the custodian. I believe he maintains facilities. You would have to ask him for a detailed job description to get more clear description of his job than I'm aware of.
In the town clerk's office?
I'm sorry.
I don't know who owns him. I don't know.
Okay,
Attorney-
that's
This is
fine.
really
Let's-
irrelevant
No,
to
that-
my
it is
husband's
relevant.
complaint.
The town clerk for 7 years doesn't understand that this gentleman is responsible for the custodial,
But how is that relevant to this?
because his name is involved in those 5 things, those 5
The re-
emails.
Oh, that you just
Yes.
provided us
Yeah, that's
today.
who Sheldon is.
How's
Oh.
that relevant?
And I'm trying
But,
to identify why he would be involved in these 5 emails, Attorney Temple.
Perhaps that could have been identified prior to this.
I'll do it with another person. I'll do it with
Excellent.
I just, okay.
Mrs. Carr.
We're-
I never
let's-
thought I'd have this
we're-
kind of resistance.
It's not resistance, sir. I don't have his job description. We can ask HR for that.
I asked you what your understanding was of his job.
And I
That is
think-
not- Let me repeat.
I'm sorry.
That is not asking for a job description. That's asking for an opinion.
Okay.
And it's
We're
my
talking
opinion.
about a
Sorry.
Facebook post. How
Mhm.
is that?
No.
Thank you.
No. We're talking about those 5 emails which have been introduced now in evidence
Okay.
as evidence to show that there was some type of confrontation.
Your word.
albeit
Your word.
Whatever the opinion is, between the first selectman and the town clerk over a ballot box in 2013
Okay, so,
that perhaps may be connected to
2013?
some person other than Mrs. Carr's use of the word
23, I think.
DeStuffin,
Are you talking about 2013 ballot?
2023, excuse me.
Okay,
Okay, that's what these emails are about,
right.
5 of them.
What is the ultimate point you're trying to?
The ultimate point is that this is a reason, and this is why I want to get right to it right now,
Okay,
as a result of these 5 emails and other activities on the part of Mrs. Carr, when she as the Republican first selectman, and you as the Democratic town clerk, did you have any other arguments about how things should be done in town during her 2-year?
Did I have any arguments with Tara Carr about how things should be done in town?
Yeah.
No. I suspect I know what you're talking about, but it wasn't about how things were done in town and irrelevant to my husband's complaint.
What were they about?
I'm sorry, is this relevant to the
I
complaint?
don't know until you tell me
Can
what
I,
they were
can I
about.
ask you
I think
this?
it's a legitimate question.
What
I'm
are
not
you
gonna
driving
do
What
that.
is what I have to say with Tara Carr?
I don't know
Sorry.
what this, her
Yeah,
answer
I'm
would be.
trying to figure out, are you trying to establish that Mrs. Carr had an absolute motive for posting that
No, I am proposing
information?
that there is a motive here.
Well, it sounds like it. It sounds
Well,
like you're
it is
establishing
it
that
is
she had a
ultimately what-
motive to
it
make
is.
those posts about Mrs. DeStefan and Mr. DeStefan.
Are you
So
on the board?
are you trying
Well,
to help her case?
I'm sorry, say again, I'm sorry. I was trying to listen and I can't hear with 2 ears, other than one person talking.
I think what the board members are asking about is what's the relevance of this dialogue?
I didn't hear a question about relevance.
I had that question.
If there was a dispute between the town clerk and the first selectman,
That established her motive to make the posts on
no, it
Facebook?
would establish her motive to come and complain,
Interesting.
which she didn't make the formal complaint, but the board clearly is entertaining her accusation that DeStuffin ballots applied to her, when all it says is DeStuffin ballots with his wife.
Well, that
Does
would
he
mean-
have another wife?
But that's the connection.
There's a connection.
I'm asking.
Perhaps, I understand that, and I'm trying to find out why she is complaining.
But
That there
she's
might be
not.
other motivations.
She's not the complainant,
There
right?
might, she's not the complainant, but she is a pseudo complainant, if at the very least.
Okay.
You have in the reports, the 2 reports that you have made, and I call them 2 reports because they bear different dates. One of February 20th, which you may remember was attached as filed to the minutes of the 20th. That's, if you go online, you'll see it, I believe attached. As well as on the March 6th meeting, it is attached, but it's expanded a little bit to try and show why it's there, the same except that it has a reference at the end to a meeting that was called on March 6th, and it bears the date of March 6th.
Actually,
And
the March
it has all
6th.
3 names attached to it,
Okay.
of the members that then existed, yourself, Ms. Carolyn, and Dr. Sullivan. All the names are there. So those are the 2 reports, and if you read them fully, okay, that's one of the reasons that I'm suggesting that this should be dismissed, because as far as I'm concerned, it violates 1-82A subsection C. Okay?
Okay.
Both reports. do.
Noted.
Okay, thank you. This is why the board dismissed, among other reasons, 02.
Noted.
And
Actually, the
no-
board dismissed 02 for one reason.
Excuse me, I am not disputing what you have said, but if you will go back to my letter asking for the dismissal, and I have it with me if you'd like to review it, I'll find it, of October 18th, 2024, which is a meeting that we were having a hearing, presumably on the merits of this complaint, where I presented that to you. And I presented 2 reasons. One was the timing of the notification. The second was, which you haven't ever commented upon, was your lack of determining what is the other requirement of 182A subsection C, and I'm gonna try and quote it correctly, but you have 182A, I know you do, because you give it to the complainants. But C also says that you will give a summary of your reasons. And you didn't have a summary, you didn't have any reasons for
So,
reaching that.
excuse me,
conclusion.
are you arguing what you've already put in your letter here that you gave us at the top of the meeting?
Actually, there was one more, there were, what, not really. That's
Okay.
not complete. I can read that, I don't have to read it, I think you will read it. You probably haven't, well, you haven't seen it yet, but you've
No.
seen, I'm also additionally trying to say that tack on the other two reasons. I sent an email to, for dismissal. I sent to Attorney Beecher because I didn't have approval through 3.9, I think you know what I'm referring to, of the Rules of Professional Conduct, Attorney Temple.
Okay,
To contact the board directly, or the person, or Ms. Carolyn directly. So I made sure that a copy of the demand that this be, that was made by Mrs. Carr, which was directed directly to Ms. Carolyn and the board, be dismissed for two reasons.
okay, noted.
And all I'm trying to say is that those, to the best of my knowledge, haven't been acted on formally. Informally, it is my contention, and I think, I don't think you've accomplished it, quite frankly. That is part of my complaint, that by throwing a little parliamentary pixie dust, if you would, okay, to try and satisfy Robert's Rules of Order, which I don't believe you've done, because they're misanalyzed for what they are,
Okay,
okay?
So
But that is part of the complaint, yes.
I just wanted,
So those two haven't been answered formally, saying denied, or however you want to
okay.
reply, if you want
But
to
we
reply.
did determine at the top of the meeting that we acknowledged the receipt.
Right.
And we've decided not to discuss that right now.
Okay, no, I understand, but you
I'm just trying to.
you asked if, is it here? And I didn't know whether you were going to allow me at the end to go forward with this. If you want me to, I will.
We've considered all of the documentation you've given us. We
Okay,
just
but
are getting this real time, so
I would like to be able to argue those, if you would, and answer any questions you may have
May I sit
as a
down?
result of reading it.
okay.
And I think that's very fair, and that's why I'd rather do it at the beginning, because if you thought there was a reason to dismiss, you might want to say, we don't have to go through all this. Maybe we should sit down with Attorney Beecher, in public, of course, because confidentiality was waived on October 30th by Mrs. Carr. The discussion would be,
Okay, but we've decided not to do that right now.
when you say right now, do you mean today?
Today.
Today, but
Yes,
you might
today.
consider it after,
I
at another
haven't,
meeting.
we have not discussed, but
Oh,
I
understood.
think that's
Within the
a
realm of
fair
possibility?
option, yeah,
Okay.
okay. Are you
I-
done cross-examining?
All I was
Mr.
trying to
Steffen?
find out, was there any other reason that might exist for Mrs. DeStefan to have an animosity
I see,
to Mrs. Carr saying something that I consider, my opinion, innocuous with the wife?
right,
It's not an accusation against her.
so maybe
Simple as
this
that.
was.
You obviously have felt differently, and I've seen
Well,
it in your,
we're basing it on the information we've gathered, so it's helpful to elicit more information.
that's what I'm trying to do.
Okay.
You might hear it through Mrs. Carr. I'm just trying to,
So can I,
can I
ask her the question?
yeah, you can ask.
Okay.
That's your
Mrs.
entitlement,
Steffen?
Attorney Temple, that's your job,
I-
if you would.
I didn't, okay. Is there a motivation that you or your husband had to bring this case against Ms. Carr that is, maybe retribution or a background here that we should know about that is, motivated by something other than what the tweet is, or I'm sorry, the Facebook post.
Speaking on behalf of my husband, I think I can say that he filed the complaint because the complaint was liable. Because she is accusing my husband and I of stuffing ballots by what she said. That is why my husband, I believe, filed the complaint.
Okay, so you weren't motivated by any other history or beef?
No other
with
beef
you.
between Tara and I imagine, was reflected when my husband filed a complaint about her libelous comment on Facebook and how my husband believed this violated the charter and the ethics code.
Okay,
Every other interaction with Tara Carr is irrelevant, I believe, to my husband on why he filed this. I did not file a complaint. I did not want to file a complaint. I felt I did my piece by emailing the Board of Selectmen.
okay. Dr. Carolyn, do you have any questions?
I know, are you finished with this witness?
I was just going to, I think I probably forgot. I did not have this very well scripted, I admit. But it was something that Mr. Stefan, I think I got it right that time, had alluded to. I had asked him if he had ever called upon Mrs. Carr to apologize, to retract, to do anything about that element of the conversation between the time that she learned of it, sometime after the 13th. She was off at a town clerk type
I was off.
New England meeting
Doing the
at
meeting.
the time, but sometime after that and sometime before the complaint was filed, did she ever reach out to say, hey, I'm really upset with you, or words to that effect, this is a slur on me and I want a retraction? In other words, what attempts, if any, did she make to try and dispose of this issue at a more rational level? I would consider rational a proper
That's a
word.
fair question.
So I'm just, so you think it was her responsibility to seek an
implication.
apology from Mrs. Carr's comment on her
You mean
Facebook?
legally?
No, I'm just, I mean, the question seems so.
No, the question, I understand the question, but I'm saying, are you saying, was she legally obligated to do that? I don't believe so.
I don't even
But I'm not,
understand,
I'm
but
I'm not a scholar on libel and slander.
But I don't know what it has to do with.
Well, it has to do
anything.
with the fact that you have said there was no apology.
There was
And
no-
I'm asking about the time between this complaint was filed and disposed of, '02. Or, no, between the 13th or the 14th of July, okay? And August 2nd, the filing of this complaint, which she feels also kind of included her because of the words "with his wife,"
Right, it
the
did
town
include
clerk.
It did.
Yeah.
She had evidently, she may have expressed to her husband, she felt that she was feeling bad about that and she didn't like it. Had she ever reached out during that period of time before the complaint to Mrs. Carr to say, hey, apologize, hey, are you accusing me of anything? Did she? That's all, yes or no?
I see your point, but why don't we just get the answer from
Okay.
Mr. Stefan?
No, I didn't feel it was my responsibility to get her to apologize for her breach of ethics and charter.
All right. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Any other?
If it's okay,
You know, I'm just trying to figure out how we're gonna do this, like with
timing?
giving Ray the opportunity to cross-examine any. Do you have any questions for this witness at this time?
No.
Okay,
Oh, good.
all right, you may sit down.
Thank you.
Right to recall if anything comes up when they are given.
May I get my water bottle?
Do you have any other witnesses, Mr. Lee?
Oh, yes,
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Carr.
Yes, sir.
You're sworn.
Yep.
You're Mr. Carr's husband.
I am.
Yes, okay. And you've been married a lot, how long?
Yeah, a lot of years. Going on 20 years this
Okay,
year.
and you have 4 children.
We do.
Okay. Do you remember the night of July 13th, 2024?
I do.
And why do you have a recollection of that particular date?
Because I was the one driving the boat on said day. We did go out on the lake that day. My wife and I were doing a parade that day, so I recall it very well.
And that was the day there was the attempted assassination in Pennsylvania of
I believe so, yes.
past president at that
Former
point,
president.
now
Mhm.
President once again, Trump, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall what time you got back? Do you know what time?
Yeah,
You got back off the lake.
it was, I don't recall the exact time. I would say our habit was to put the boat away before it got too dark. So I would say before dark.
All right, and then did you go home?
Yes, we did.
Were the children?
The children weren't, well, I think we had Angelina with us, but not all of our kids.
Okay. So at some point, you rounded up the kids on a Saturday night,
Yep.
and they had bedtime.
It wasn't, I mean, we put the boat away earlier, and then we went back home, had supper, because we hadn't eaten before we got out, so we had supper. I mean, it was a normal night, and then retired.
When did you retire, if you have a recollection?
Probably, we don't allow the kids to stay up too late, so probably had them all in bed before 11, even though it was a weekend. They're in bed at 8:30 during the weeks on school nights, and we let them go to bed at 11, and that's when we retired too, because I work in New London. It's a 2-hour drive for me each way, and I'm pretty exhausted by the end of the week, so.
Without getting too personal, and I don't mean to, do you share the same bedroom and bed?
We do.
Okay. And during the course of that night, after you went to bed, which was around what time?
About 11-ish?
11-ish.
Mhm.
Was your wife involved in making any computer doings, working, operating a computer, laptop or otherwise?
Not that I recall. We were involved in other things that I really don't want to get into because it's husband-wife stuff,
Yep.
but there was nothing like that going on.
You've heard the testimony of Mr. DeStefan. Did I get it right? Tell me if I'm getting it wrong. I think DeStefan is what you're requesting.
Nailed it.
I'm sorry?
You nailed it.
I nailed it
Yeah.
finally? Thank you. Better than I did with poor Dr. Sullivan on October 18th. Let's see, now what was my question? Could you read back my question? I apologize.
I don't think you had a question yet.
You've heard the testimony of Mr. DeStefano. Tell me if I'm getting it wrong.
Yes, you heard him speak of the hours of these conversations that were entered by, quote, and I'm just going to use the word author. Do you know what I mean by author?
Yes,
As used in this complaint?
I do.
This Facebook?
I do.
This is the person that Mr. DeStefan presumes to be Mrs. Carr. And Mrs. Carr has said herself, and she'll say it again, Mrs. Carr has said, no, that was, and I hate to use the word surrogate, but no, but that was a person she appointed to be able to reply to questions on that Facebook account for her. Okay. Was she involved in that at all? And you heard it during the Times.
No, she wasn't. She was not involved. She was involved with me. She wasn't involved with anything else. I will say, and I just want to point this out, for you that don't know my history, I'm a graduate of the United States Military Academy. Duty, honor, country is hallmarks. I've been an Army officer my entire career, and never been accused of being a liar. And integrity is very important to me, especially with my current position in the Department of Homeland Security. So I don't like having my integrity questioned, but nobody has ever come to me. Miss Carolyn said that there was an investigation done. Nobody has, until this time right now, nobody has come to me and said, what happened that evening? Instead, the Board of Ethics went to, my wife made an allegation against somebody for stuffing ballots. It was name calling, which that somebody did for the stuffing ballots, which every Republican in this town has been calling him longer than before we ever got here. So whether he's heard it before or not, that's on him. It is a very common nickname for him within the circles of Republicans here in town. I had heard it well before this complaint had ever come up.
I don't know what the point is. Is that a?
Well, the point is that
It
What does this
wasn't,
name, what does DeStuffin ballots mean? And he has just testified DeStuffin ballots.
I'd like to hear from him rather than
Well, I
from
think
you.
you just,
No,
you
thank
asked
you.
the
yeah, I'm just
question.
saying, I'm saying it's, if it's,
No, I
if
looked
we're
at-
here
let me
because
talk.
of childish nickname calling, that my wife didn't take part in, then, I don't know how it's morphed into something greater than that, into this huge investigation, into, let's look at the actual conduct of what's going on in the town. So, it's just confusing to me how this all came about to lead to the results where we are here today. My wife was with me in bed that night. She was not on the computer. She does have a tendency to check her phone first thing in the morning, which she did, and she woke me up with a punch to my side and said, "Look at this." So I can tell you that she was aghast. She was upset when she saw it, and she said, "I need to find out how this happened." And I disengaged at that point, because then that was her business. But that's how I woke up the next morning, with her punching me in the side.
I have no, is there anything else you'd like to add relevant to the complaint?
Nothing else.
I have questions.
Yes, go ahead.
You know, I'm gonna ask is
I
who
don't.
posted who made the post? If it wasn't you,
Tom
and
Lauer.
it wasn't Mrs. Carr, can you help us understand? Because we have
I-
received no information on that, so.
All I can tell you, or all I will tell you, is that my wife's computer is always open, and I, from time to time, do get on her computer, on her pages. I did when she was having our babies. People thought it was Tara Carr saying the baby's crowning. It was her Facebook page, but it was me doing the typing. I have done that. I've done it during her campaign. It's a site that bears her name that not only I, but several others have access to. And the intent is, when a post is made, it's attributable to a personal blog, not to the first selectman saying somebody, or the second selectman, or third selectman. It's just a personal blog that's obviously going to be attributable to her. So, but I am not at liberty to say who posted it, but it was not my wife.
Okay. It would be helpful to know who it was, so we understood, you know,
I think
the
my wife is.
veracity
I
of the
think
claim.
I think my wife is presenting evidence that there are several people that have access to that.
Asking that question of Mrs. Carr, who would be
Okay.
the best person, and I know I've already suggested to her that probably somebody on the board is gonna ask her.
Yeah.
who, And if you don't disclose, why? And I'll
Right.
let her, I will be dealing with that on my direct testimony with her, to hopefully avoid the necessity of you having to ask the same question a second
Okay.
time, unless you want to.
So you're basically testifying that you have no information on this?
No, I'm just saying that I am not at liberty. I do not want to put anybody else through the same thing that my wife has just been going through for the last 8 months.
I think.
Or the DeSteffens have been going through for the last 8 months?
If I may, if he knew anything, it would be hearsay. I know we're not a court of law, but we all know what hearsay is. We've watched enough of Johnny Depp's trial and other trials that we're seeing on TV. But it would only be through his wife, and then it's hearsay. I already have indicated, I am going to ask her that question on direct. Listen to her response, please, and then if you want to ask the same question again, you're certainly entitled to.
Right, I'm just trying to determine what the point of this,
I think his point is that
he doesn't know anything.
he doesn't, if he knows, he's not divulging it. And he only knows by hearsay is my point.
Okay.
And I'm going to be asking the person, and count on it.
Okay.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Carr.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions? I'm sorry. Yeah, let me get across. Do you have any?
Shoot, he wants
No
to
questions,
recess.
okay.
Can I have a brief, do we have a brief recess?
I just took one, so everybody else might want one
I
too.
was going to suggest that myself.
Okay,
H does have.
we'll be back at, what, 15 minutes? 11:15?
Thank you.
11:15?
10 minutes.
All right, 10 minutes, 11:10, 11:12.
11:15.
Thank you.
11:15 back.
I believe it's live streamed now, because I feel Dan wanted to record it.
Should we change the agenda for tomorrow, which I'll have time to do, to finish this one?
You mean to continue the hearing? It's up to you guys to decide. I mean, I've made myself available already.
For how, Lisa, for how long are you able to stay here?
Well, I have something at 12:30 that I can cancel, but I really, fatigue is setting in, right?
Yeah, it's kind of,
I'm wondering if we should just
you want to,
cancel the agenda for tomorrow and do a new agenda of continuing this. Maybe like go till 11:30
We could do that, tomorrow,
or noon.
what time are we scheduled for tomorrow? It's 2 o'clock.
3, and I have a hard stop at like 4:20, I have an important call at 4:30 I can't miss.
And then we're gonna have to reschedule this
All right, we have to reschedule
continuation
then.
instead.
But we have,
Because he's dragging this thing out, so we're not gonna do it in an hour and 20 minutes.
no,
All right, so,
that's the problem,
huh?
that's the problem,
Yeah.
is that
So we'll reschedule it.
we have 5 days, right? We have to keep it, like, how many?
No, I'm not aware of any time limit that we have to wrap up the hearing.
Okay.
We're on like,
No, that's fine.
all right, so we will
So
reschedule
about tomorrow,
3 o'clock.
yeah, so we're keeping
and
the
out.
agenda for,
In and out, we're just
the
trying to
other
move
stuff.
things along.
okay, got it.
At 11:15.
That's not pointed at you as such, but you are an attorney. You've already
Can I
received
keep
yours, I
this?
believe.
I do, I didn't know
And
I.
May I
I'm always
keep
keep
this?
one of these in my pocket.
That's
I
for
got,
me?
gave one to you. I'm not gonna give one to Attorney Beecher, but I have one. I have two more here, which I'm
Well,
more
his
than happy to
birthday's
share.
coming up
I
sometime.
This is a
always
gift.
kept that in my pocket in class with a bunch of law students, so it's a handy dandy, be able to quote the Constitution. So that's just a.
Oh, thank
it's-
you.
But you're sitting on the board and it may come up.
Okay.
So you have reference.
Foreshadowing?
Supreme Court, you gotta, you know.
I know.
Right,
It costs less than $50.
All
Attorney,
right, so
If you're worried about it, but no, it's in your,
An
part of your
unethical
official
gift?
duties.
Attorney Lee, we're back on, so if you want to do anything else?
Yes, I would like to call. I'm sorry, Mrs. Carr?
Good morning.
Morning.
Afternoon, where are we? Still morning.
First of all, may I inquire, are we being televised?
I know we're being recorded.
Yeah, well, I know we have a court reporter too, but I'm just curious if we're being televised.
Well, this is,
There was someone
you're
filming.
Mrs. Carr's
I don't think I've been on television.
stenographer?
Am I gonna be on YouTube?
Would you like to be?
No.
I don't
I don't
know.
have any makeup on.
I'm not aware if we're being televised or not, but it's being
Well, not
recorded.
televised, it's audio and video,
I don't know.
whatever.
I know about.
We thought we were before.
Well, Dan just left, so I'm not exactly sure.
Okay, all right, whatever. Mrs. Carr, what is your position as a town officer?
I am currently the third select woman.
Okay, and prior to that, for 2 years, between what years or what dates were you the first selectman?
I was elected in November of 2021. I did not officially take office till early December of 2021 through early December of 2023.
Okay. Let me begin this by, there is a Facebook page that's entitled, I believe, Select Woman Tara Carr.
That is the current title, yes.
And what do you consider that Facebook page to be? What category?
As Mr. DeStefan said, I use it for communication, and it has morphed through time. I was not the original creator of that Facebook page. The inception of the page was when I stuck my neck out to run for public office, I believe in the summer of 2021. My then team established the page.
Let me ask this next question.
So we don't need to tell them.
Could you tell us what that piece of paper is?
This is Connecticut General Statute 7-12, Duties of Selectmen. It says in parentheses, the General Statutes of Connecticut from the 2024 edition. It has item 7 of the Connecticut General Statute 7-12, Duties of Selectmen. And then there's a paragraph that I believe, I haven't read it, explains what those duties are. It references the sources of that information, and then it provides case notes at the bottom of the page.
Is there anything in this duties of selectmen which indicate that it's your duty to maintain a Facebook page?
My first and fast answer would be no, but again, I haven't read through it.
Well, take a quick
Yeah,
read.
let me just take a glance.
I think it speaks for itself, but go ahead.
You finished with it?
I don't need to see it, I know it.
Well, 19.
I do not see anything about social media duties.
Do you believe you comported yourself and executed your duties in accord with the statute?
Yes,
Is that your testimony today?
yes it is.
Okay. I'll show you another piece of paper. Could you identify what it is?
This is from the Town of Brookfield Charter, section C4-1 through C4-7. And it explains in Article 4, the Board of Selectmen.
Okay. Does that indicate that any of your duties are to maintain a Facebook page?
I'm pretty familiar with the charter. I haven't today read these
Well, just
again,
take a quick
but
look at it and
no.
Tell us, do you
it-
think it does?
There's nothing
Okay.
that
Does it-
says social media
Does
in
it
anywhere in the
indicate
charter.
that you are to manage, what do they call them, first of all, Facebook is a social media account, or a social media site, website, internet?
Yes,
place?
it
Okay.
is.
And is there anything in the charter about maintaining or having a Facebook page or other social media page and what you're responsible for?
No,
Okay. Is there anything about executing your duties in any way, shape, or form through the use of a social media page?
no.
Okay. Is this a personal blog?
Yes,
Okay. Who set this up and when and how? Could you give us some background?
yeah. My team, again, when I decided to run for public office, and on the Facebook page itself, it shows the history of all users, of all changes to the page. It shows here that it was first established and the first person was added as an admin on July 19th of 2021.
Okay. And who established that for you, if you know?
Yeah, I do know, and I'm not going to share that information.
I'll get to that later. Could you identify what this is?
Yes, sir. This is what I was just referring to. I actually have my own copy here. This is screenshots of different administrative portions in the background of that Facebook page.
And what does that page tell us?
This first page where the yellow arrow is, ladies, are you looking at what I'm talking about here?
Yes.
So do you have a colored copy? Is there a
No.
yellow arrow?
It's black and white.
If I could
You want to switch?
make it easier, this is in color, so.
Okay. You want,
The same document. Oops. Thank you. So the yellow arrow points to where on Facebook it indicates that it is in fact a personal blog, which I believe Ms. Carolyn already handed out to you at the February 18th meeting as part of her evidence.
yes.
The second page there with the other yellow arrow shows the well, first of all, it shows when the page was created, again, July 19th, 2021. I've blocked out the page ID number. It shows admin info, where it states this page can have multiple admins. They may have permission to post content, comment, or send messages as the page.
You might want to hold up, one of the members is chatting.
I think she was trying to orient all of us.
Oh, no, I'm just saying that I know that some people are very, very good at double, triple, quadruple tasking, but I wanted to make sure that.
Did you
That
hear what
people
I
were
just
able
said
to
about?
hear.
You could, if you
Yeah.
could.
Well,
So-
I know you were not talking, but.
The yellow arrow on this page indicates when the page was created and also indicates that the page can in fact have multiple administrators, that they too have permission to post, comment, send messages, etc. Now on the next page, you'll see page transparency, and it indicates here where the yellow arrow is, people who manage this page. It tells the primary country, region, location for people who manage this page includes the United States, and in parentheses it says 3. And at the time that I captured this information and printed this, there were 3 users, including me, so myself and 2 others as managers of the page.
And this was around the same time as
It
the
was
post was made.
C2024-02, the first complaint.
I see, okay.
And as my original letter indicated, and then I've written 2 other very similar letters stating that it was not I who authored the words Mick Stuffin and his wife, the town clerk. After I told you all, and I don't know if you've even seen that letter.
Yeah.
Okay. It was stated that I admonished the person, the author, who typed the words and had that exchange with who I believe was Mr. DeStefan that night. Maybe it was somebody else. I think he said it was him who was writing those words. I admonished that person the next morning. And you'll see here on this next page where you see the bunch of black boxes that that control of that person was removed on September 21st. And then if you go through, it just shows you some of the history along the way, all the way to the last page to where it was first derived on July 19th of 2021.
So that person was removed September 21st?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And you can also see back to page, I'm sorry, the pages aren't numbered, but if you flip through page 1, 2, 3 on the left-hand side, also under page transparency, which I forgot to mention a few moments ago, the history, where the name has changed. Back on July 19th, it was Tara Carr for Brookfield, Connecticut First Selectman. On that same day, the administrator decided to change it to Tara Carr for First Selectman, Brookfield, Connecticut. Then on November 3rd, the day after I was elected, it was changed to Brookfield First Selectman elect Tara Carr. On the 12th of December 2021, after I officially took office, it was changed to Brookfield First Selectman Tara Carr. And then I guess I indicated to the managers that I wanted to be called Select Woman. This had come up in another instance during the charter revision where someone tried to challenge that I couldn't be called Select Woman because the charter says Select Man. And I want to be called Select Woman, so I had them change it from Selectman to Brookfield First Select Woman Tara Carr. And then after I lost the election, the managers of the page switched it to Brookfield Select Woman Tara Carr. So this is the history of the page. It indicates that I am not the sole user. Other people have privileges to post, and they have regularly throughout the course of my having lived in Brookfield since I moved here after retiring out of the military, which I'm not sure if you're familiar. I too was a career military officer, Attorney Temple.
With respect to that, I said I would ask you the question because I know the board is going to ask Attorney Temple in particular. The person who posted this had authority to post, correct?
Yes.
You admonished her,
Yes, I did.
and she's no longer posting?
No.
You have never spoken her name to me or to anyone else?
No.
Okay. Why?
Well, I would say because for the reason we're here today. I mean, I have been accused of libel and or slander. I really don't know what the accusation is, to be honest with you. But I would never, have somebody, I would never share that information because they too then in a civil case could be held accountable for those accusations. And being a loyal person and someone who's been part of many teams in my life, it's just not something that I would ever share.
So your failure to disclose the name of this person is to protect them from the potentiality of having to answer the claim by, I guess it would be Mr. DeStefan or his wife at this point, who have accused you of libel and slander, which are actionable as civil remedies, if you would, court civil remedies. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you, on my suggestion, on 2 occasions, both with respect to complaint 02 and 03, ask the first selectman, in his capacity as first selectman, to please notify the insurance carrier of the town of Brookfield that there was a matter which tangentially, at the very least, claims that you libeled or slandered somebody, and that you asked them, or asked the first selectman to ask the insurance company to kindly, to certainly inform them, and if so, provide you with either funds or a person to defend this claim because it involves accusations of libel and slander.
Yes, I've done that twice, as you said.
And you've done that twice, and where you were refused in both instances, am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay. While I'm talking about that, something I should have asked you. Between the time of your learning about this, what was written, and the time the first complaint came in, to this day, have you been ever requested, asked, demanded by the Mr. DeStefan or his wife, I'm sorry, I forget her first name.
Andrea?
Andrea DeStefan, to apologize?
No, I have not. Not from either.
To recant
No,
To take this off the
No.
page?
nobody's asked me anything.
Just the complaint?
Yes.
Okay. Next. Could you identify what this is? I think you already have a copy, but if you don't, this is about the 5 emails that occurred
Yeah.
in 2013 while you were first selected.
Oh, yeah.
What am I saying, 2013? I wish it was.
I think we
I was
just.
much younger.
Yeah.
I'm
so-
sorry, 2023.
So yes, this is the email traffic when I the reason I emailed the group here, the town clerk, the IT director, and the building maintenance person, was because residents of the town had come to me with their concerns about the safety and security of the ballot box outside of the foyer of Town Hall. And this was around the time of the Bridgeport incident when there was improprieties in the mishandling of ballots.
The board, I do not know if the board, I suspect your attorney, Mr. Beecher, has reviewed what's out there in the hallway. Is that, it has a camera out there, correct?
It's actually in the front entryway, outside of the front doors,
Oh.
the ballot box.
No, not the ballot box, the camera.
Oh, the
Where's the
camera,
camera located?
right, the camera is inside of the vestibule, the main, the
Right
foyer.
here,
Yes, right.
And it doesn't rotate, does it?
I don't know the inner workings of the
Okay.
camera.
Its primary purpose, as you understood it as first select woman, what was its primary purpose?
To capture the comings and goings of the people into and out of town hall.
Okay. And is the ballot box that for the return of absentee ballots in that area outside the glass windows, doors?
It's in the vicinity of the windows, but it was brought to my attention that at the time, the camera did not effectively capture the box.
That's fine. Okay. And who brought this to your attention other than just perhaps you're seeing it every day?
Yeah, right. Well, there were several residents, as I mentioned. Mr. Kame was one of them.
And what were they bringing to your attention?
They were bringing to my attention the fact that they had just seen on the news that other ballot boxes across the state of Connecticut had been potentially messed with. The security and the safety of those boxes was questionable, and they were worried about our ballot box. So I, as the first select woman, thought, oh, okay, that's actually a really valid point, and I should probably start asking people about it.
Let's go down to the emails. I think the first email is on the last page, if I am correct in my memory. And I think it's dated October
18th,
18th, and is there a time?
5:33 at night.
Okay. What is that email about, very briefly? They can read it, but this might help the people that are still here that don't have it in front of them.
Yeah, it basically says what I just told you, which is I was curious about whether or not the absentee ballot box was being captured on film by the camera, and that I was indicating we should probably ensure that the ballot box is on tape should anything nefarious happen, especially since it happened in other places in Connecticut recently.
And who was that sent to?
I sent that to the Registrar of Voters, Daniel Secor, who Ms. DeStefan told you is the IT director, and Andrea DeStefan, who's the town clerk.
It's on the last page, see?
Yeah.
That's just how I did it. I'll take responsibility. Okay, all right, so that was just, did that ask for anybody to do anything? I don't think it did it?
I'm recommending that we should ensure the ballot box is on tape.
Okay.
There's no really
Who was
direct
who was in charge
directive.
of utilizing that ballot box? It was withdrawn. That ballot box is for absentee ballots, correct?
That's my
And
understanding.
is not the town clerk charged with the responsibility of emptying that ballot box as ballots might be put into it?
I don't know her full job description, but I would say yes. That
Because she has the
sounds about
responsibility
right.
of counting that, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Now, you just CC'd a bunch of people on it, not asking anybody to particularly do anything, correct?
I was starting to kind of question, is our
Right.
box secure?
It speaks for itself. What is the next email?
And
And
then
the date?
the same night, 5 minutes later, the IT director comes back and says, this is the camera view that covers the ballot box. And he sent a picture. He said, as long as no posters are placed on the left window, it should be able to see the area clearly. On that note, it may be time to remove the ribbons from those left 2 windows. And as you can kind of see in the picture, at the time, we had ribbons up for the Ukraine on the glass between the camera and the ballot box.
Was there a clear, did the camera have the ability to make a clear, unhampered picture of someone using the ballot box with those things hanging on the window?
I don't know, I would guess no.
Yes, no, okay. But you didn't think it gave as clear a picture as it could, correct?
Exactly.
All right, let's go to the next, and who was that sent to?
That was sent to the same group, myself, the Registrar of Voters, and Mrs. DeStefan.
Let me ask something that I know I asked you. With regard to the security of, not who's using it, but the security, certainly, of the box itself, is it secured? Did you ever check on that yourself?
No, I've walked past it a million times and I've seen that it's like bolted to the cement, I believe. I don't know if I've ever like physically tried to move it or anything.
But had it always appeared to you to be physically secure, bolted, as you said?
Sure.
Okay. Did you ever think that the police might be involved in any of this, like the chief of police?
Not during my tenure, I don't know.
But you didn't include him?
No.
That wasn't an element of the security
No.
that you were concerned about?
No.
Okay, let's go on to the next email.
And then,
Date,
yes,
moving to.
that same evening, about 30 minutes later, I emailed back to Mr. Secor, the IT director, the Registrar of Voters, and Mrs. DeStefan saying, thank you, I agree the ribbon should be moved. And then I questioned, does it capture footage in the dark? Does it capture footage in the dark?
Okay. That was a concern of yours.
Yes.
And at this point, had any of the people called you up on the phone or otherwise contacted you and saying, I'm in charge, it's something that I will deal with?
Nobody came forward to like even say, yeah, you know, we agree with you, maybe we should look at that.
Could you go to the next email, please?
That same night, 2 minutes later, the IT director then emails the same group back and says, I'll be heading in to prep for the Board of Finance meeting in a moment, then I'll grab reference shots from last night to show. So that's when he took a picture, or shortly thereafter, I think he went and did his thing in his IT world and took a picture of the camera footage at night. And this is a terrible picture, but I think the clear picture from, if I can recall from my memory in those emails, doesn't show anything because it was dark.
And is there one more, the last?
Yeah,
What's
and
the
then
last one? First of all,
he also said here, for late night, it depends on if the outside lights are on or not, which was true at the time. And then I wrote him back at 6:48 p.m., same group, to the Registrar of Voters, the IT director, and Mrs. DeStefan. When the lobby lights are on, visibility to the outside isn't that good, but the outdoor camera would at least see someone coming up to the doorway, even if, oh no, this is from him, I'm sorry. This is the IT director back to all of us. When the lobby lights are on, visibility to the outside isn't that good, but the outdoor camera would at least see someone coming up to the doorway, even if the vestibule one can't see the box too clearly. And then Andrea then, do you want me to keep?
Absolutely.
Andrea the next morning at 9:37 a.m. on the 19th of October said back to the same group, good morning all. In addition to the cameras and notice of surveillance, I have an incredible grasp on the ballots I issue and receive back. If anyone is interested in the procedures of absentee balloting, please visit me in the town clerk's office for a demonstration.
Did her response have anything to do with the camera? The windows, the stuff on top of the windows, the light being turned off? Does that response have anything to do with those items I'll suggest to you, that was what the emails were about.
Yes, the emails are about
It was
that.
something else, wasn't it?
It sounds like she's suggesting that I need to understand her procedures of absentee balloting. And she wants.
Is this about absentee balloting, or is it about the mechanics of absentee balloting, one? And number two, what is being done to ensure that there isn't a problem that we're going to be looking at and seeing what was going on publicly, and I'll say it, as occurred in Bridgeport, Connecticut.
My concern was about the safety and security of the ballot box, and if it wasn't lit and captured completely, I felt it was my duty as the first select woman to question at least, why not? And then then the last email here in this email exchange that was provided, was at 9:42, so about 10 minutes after she wrote, and I tied in the building guy at that time, and I said, "Good morning, Sheldon," his name. "As you can see, the visibility is poor when the lights are not on outside. Dan, the IT guy, mentioned those outside lights go off around midnight, ? Could you please confirm starting now that at least through the election, these outdoor lights stay on all night, ?
Anything else?
No.
Okay, let's move on to the next thing. At that time, did you recognize that there were, let's see, okay. I only have one copy, I think, of this, but I will give you the copy when she finishes testifying. What is in front of you? Tell us what it is.
So this is a printout of different articles from the Connecticut Post.
All right, let me go back. Is the Connecticut Post a Hearst paper?
Yes, I believe
Is
it
the
is.
Danbury Times, whatever the name of it is, a Hearst paper?
I believe so.
Okay. How about Norwalk paper?
I don't know about that.
Hearst does dominate, does it not, in the state of Connecticut?
I thought it did.
Okay. And is this a report from them as to articles concerning ballot boxes
Yes,
and security?
I'd say
And
yes.
as of what date is it?
September 24th, 2024.
Okay.
Oh, actually, that's
No,
goes back to
how many pages are there?
2023.
Any idea?
Actually, 2010.
Here. This is the first.
Can you, I'm sorry.
The relevance is
Yeah.
right there, and it's going to be further. Why did the potential disagreement not resolve, but occur between the town clerk and the first selectman performing her duties?
So this goes to the former point you were making about Mrs. DeSteffan's
Having an
motivation.
Yes.
Okay, but not about the fact that there are actual ballot issues in the
There-
state,
What I'm
in our
trying to-
town.
What I'm trying to point out is, what was her concern about ballots? That's what I'm pointing out to you now. What is that? You identify those?
But, okay,
Well, this is to prove that Mrs. Carr should
It's
have been
evidence. It doesn't
concerned
necessarily prove anything in and of itself, but it's evidence
that there was
that there
ballot
was a
stuff.
concern. It was addressed in 5 emails, and the 5th email, which was from Mrs. DeSteffan, didn't relate at all to what the first select person had been concerned about, and it shows it.
No, I'm asking about this. What
Well,
is-
that's just a list of all the things they came out with.
But so what?
The issue was ripe in Connecticut,
Right, the
all
ballot.
over the place,
that-
20 miles south of you. Well, I'll show you.
yeah, no, that's fair,
I mean,
there
I don't know-
there's
I
a
don't
lot
know if
going
you've
on.
seen or
But I
you
think that's,
remember
yeah, I
what was
think,
going on.
Yeah.
right, I think that's an issue
And I'm
in
glad that
Connecticut.
Ms.
That
Carr
was
was
an
bringing this
issue.
up.
Yeah, thank you.
That was an issue that the first selectman addressed
Yeah,
to a whole bunch of people. Now, was that her job?
yeah, and
Well,
she
it
did a
was-
good one at that.
Certainly no one was gonna say it's not your job, but take a look at those emails and look at the last email that was sent by Andrea DeSteven as a result,
It's
as a result.
DeStefan. You know it's
I'm-
DeStefan.
Okay, I'm not, I don't know it enough.
Okay, okay.
And I apologize
we're assuming positive intent.
Retrospectively, if I am mispronouncing your name.
Thank you.
All right, so
Okay?
so
But-
just,
I can't do better than what I'm.
Attorney
what I
Lee,
do.
Attorney Lee, just help me, so this latest thing that you just gave us is just to show that
That's right, to show it was
ballot
a
stuffing was
matter
going
of-
on,
Of
importance,
of
concern,
importance at
yes,
that time,
Okay.
which relates
yes.
to these emails that went back and forth, and the and the 4 emails that my client put out to include the town clerk, that's the easier way to say it.
Yeah.
The town clerk, were all about security of the use of the ballot
Which-
box. Not ballot box, nothing about who's filing absentee ballots. Okay, ballot fraud. That's ballot fraud, absentee ballots, misuse.
Right.
People signing up to vote that are not electors of the town.
But I'm sorry, so you're suggesting that Mr. Stefan was, like,
Her nose was
angry
out of joint. That's an old
because
expression.
of this
She
email
was upset.
exchange?
Yes.
So
I'm sorry,
she-
upset for, I'm really
This
trying to
seems
find
like a-
out
a
what,
She sent a letter to the Board of Selectmen dated July 30th, 2024,
that she was upset, yes,
that had to do with her
right,
essentially accusing me of, getting into her business,
of ballot stuffing.
of trying to take control of her ballot box or something. I'd have to reread that email to the Board of Selectmen that the Board of Selectmen never addressed either, so.
I'm having difficulty
Why
following
was
this.
her letter, she submit a letter as part, Mr. DeStefan submit it as
No,
part of
I've seen her letter.
and it has to do with these emails.
Okay.
Of my concern over the safety and security of the ballot box here at the Brookfield Town Hall.
These emails here?
No, ma'am, this is,
Oh, the
this
5
is
prior.
background as to what was happening
In-
regionally,
Right,
within the state and nationally at the time.
this is just for our information.
Yes, which is
basically.
why I questioned the ballot box in the first place, because people were coming to me saying, residents of this town were saying, do you know if our box is secure? And I said, I need to check on that,
Yeah.
which prompted the email.
But
But this is 2024, and you're
No,
talking.
there's other
That's a retro.
examples, it's an
No,
example
no,
of
but you're
what was
talking about what happened in 2023 or
Yes,
21?
and that does refer to articles that came out by Hearst in 223. I thought that would be a handy shortcut for you if you wanted to investigate. I had that prepared for a probable cause hearing that never occurred. Excuse me, that's relevant. But
okay.
that was prepared for that. Now I will start to show you the documents that were published that I could get my hands on.
So this all goes to Mr. Stefan's state of mind.
No, and also goes to my client's state of mind about the ballot box. Not about ballot stuffing, not about ballot fraud, not about misuse of absentee ballots.
Well, we're talking about ballot stuffing today.
So you're
Right.
talking about a word, and I'm saying that's not what this was about, and this started the town clerk to get, and I use the expression, her nose out of joint. It's an old expression.
I understand.
My mother
Familiar.
used it, so
Yeah.
I learned at her name a lot. And I think her last email reflects that, hey, what are you talking about this stuff for? Come and see me and I'll explain to you. As
Right.
she says she did for you, Mrs. Carolyn, how the absentee ballot works. There's nothing about absentee ballots here, and this is I'll ask my client, was this the only time that you might have had words with her over anything? Not even words, just potentially crossing paths?
I really never engaged with her because I trusted her to do her job, and I had never had any reason to ever question or imply that there were any improprieties within her work. She's always done a good job. The Register of Voters has done a good job. I've never accused anyone in this town ever of ballot stuffing or otherwise anything nefarious that has to do with ballots, ever.
What I am suggesting that there was at that time a misinterpretation by the town clerk, who was the wife of Mr. DeStefan, as to what was going on, and that it was some type of indictment of her by the first select person.
Okay.
You weren't doing your job. And she has now testified that wasn't the case, number one, but number two, why did it become important to her? If you look at the dates on all these,
I'm sorry, why did it become important to whom?
Andrea's letter to the Board of Selectmen was dated July 30th,
I
I
know that.
believe.
I know that.
Ray DeStefan's complaint regarding a name calling, high
Right.
school name, or middle school name calling, was submit after Andrea's letter to the Board of Selectmen.
Right,
Andrea's
but the
letter to the Board
event
of
that
Selectmen
preceded it,
implies that I was challenging her in her role by suggesting that she was doing something wrong, which I have never done.
Or that either or both were involved in ballot fraud. The only time their bows or their wakes crossed, to use a naval term, was right here. And my only point is, the last email would be indicative that maybe the town clerk wasn't getting what those 4 previous emails were all about. They were about physical security, having nothing to do with ballot fraud. Not a thing about ballot fraud.
Right.
Now, all of a sudden, it comes in, no attempt to go to Mrs. Carr and say, hey, are you accusing me of ballot fraud on this? This is the only time they had an interaction. You just heard the testimony.
so I'm just trying to understand. So
I
your,
understand.
your point is then that it's really Mrs. DeStefan's fault for not coming to your client and telling
No,
her
I'm not saying anything about fault.
to
Please.
apologize?
No, I
The-
didn't
the-
say apologize. I didn't say anything about fault. I'm just saying this is what was. You had a first selectman doing something regarding the security
Right, I understand
of
that.
that.
Right,
And you have perhaps a major misunderstanding of what, and that misunderstanding is right there at the town clerk, who then talks not about security, but talks about, I know all about absentee ballots, come and see me. That's why she invited you, I believe, as well as other members
no,
of
I
the
went to
Board of
her,
Ethics.
I asked her
I will
what the
explain.
process was.
There's not one word here.
Are you listening? I asked her what the process was so that I could understand
No,
it.
I know you did, and you've put that in these reports, I believe.
But our whole focus is the wording to stuffing ballots and
Why would she do that?
why would, on Mrs.
Yes.
If I may, the letter I recall, and I don't have it in front of me, that Ms.
Mrs.
DeStefan sent, it seemed like she was inviting Ms. Carr. I'm sorry, Mr. Lee.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
My interpretation is that she was inviting Mrs. Carr to ask her if there were any problems. And so if there were ballot stuffing,
Or
then
any
the
problem.
invitation was open. That's how I interpret.
There's nothing in those
Let me-
emails that talks about
let me-
ballot stuffing from when I was the
But
first
we're,
selectwoman.
but we're talking about
Are
the,
you talking about the August 30th letter?
yeah, I guess.
July
The
30th.
timing is
July.
very
July
important on
30th,
this.
July 30th.
July 30th letter. July 30 is well after September 19th, September 20th, those emails
Is what-
about the ballot box. The only issue about the ballot box that my client was involved in was the security of it, not what went into it.
Okay, I think we understand your point.
And it clearly was
So it's-
misunderstood. What I'm trying to point out is that last email from Mr. Stephen saying,
Stephen.
I know everything about ballots, which is fine, but that's not what the previous 4 emails were about. They were about security. I think she misread,
But
not only in intent, but otherwise.
But
go
it
ahead.
was her husband who was the subject of the two of that.
Excuse me, from day one, Attorney Temple, it's been a co-effort claiming that both of them have been accused of ballot fraud. He's the stalking horse on this one,
Well,
and
the-
she is the passenger. She didn't make a complaint, she was entitled to make a complaint.
Okay,
So it's her fault.
No,
noted.
I'm saying that
Noted.
she hasn't made a complaint, but she effectively has. And all you need to do, ma'am, is read your reports dated 2/20 and 3/6. You've looked at things and you've said categorically that they were both accusing her of the same thing, her being my client, Carr, the same thing. Accusing her of what? Ballot fraud. Why? The use of a simple name. I'm gonna get to that in just a minute.
okay,
And
great.
that's the use of a
Let's
nickname.
move on to that, if we can. I think we understand where you're going with this, and I think we should move
Yeah,
on.
I just want cumulatively.
Okay,
is this
What is that
there's a lot
document?
accumulating here.
Yeah, well, that's all right. We got a stack of papers.
Think this is
It's
another
tough to
one?
prove your innocence. What
I-
is that
I-
paper- what is
hopefully
that
it'll be
paper in
easy.
front of you?
it's easy to prove it didn't happen. Okay, this goes here.
All right.
Is this,
No, it's difficult to prove your innocence, which is what we have to do
What is
as
this
a
one?
result of those two reports,
This is mine.
220 and 36.
okay, and this, is this yours too? I think I already have this, okay. This is the new one that we just
Yes.
got? HJK,
Okay.
L.
When they're ready, I'll continue.
I think they're ready. Are you both ready, ladies?
Yeah.
Okay, what's that piece of paper in front of me?
This looks like it's from the Heritage Foundation, which demonstrates various examples of election fraud cases.
Did I hand that to you?
Yes.
A copy?
Yes, you did.
Okay, in the state of Connecticut.
Yes.
And do you think that sustains, that is to say, approves of your concern in September of 2023, the security of the ballot box as being used by individuals?
Yes, that was a
Okay,
concern of mine,
thank you.
a grave
That's all I
concern.
have- That's all I need to do there. Now, as a result of that, what did you advocate to the town to do with regard to monitoring the use of that ballot box used by individuals? And this is in 2023. What did you advocate that the
Yeah.
town do about this?
I felt it was my duty and that it would be very prudent for all of us collectively to ensure the safety and security of that box. I believe I directed them to make sure the lights were kept on 24 hours a day and that the camera would then in fact capture whoever would be approaching the box.
Great.
Did you say anything about, we've got to do something about how people are getting these absentee ballots, or are
No.
there a misuse?
No,
Nothing?
never.
Okay. Could you identify what that is?
This was a Office of Legislative Research bill, SHB 5498, a House bill that concerned election security and transparency, various other revisions related to election administration and state elections enforcement commission complaints dated 5/4/24.
So is this, I'm sorry, where is this going?
This is now 9 dash,
What is this in support of? What?
oh, well, this is in support of the recommendations by the first selectman of your town,
Yeah.
Brookfield, in 2013. What
23.
happened to them?
23.
I
But
apologize.
does it relate to the issue at hand?
Yes, it does, because again, it confirms what she was trying to do. And what she was trying to do was bring the town of Brookfield in conformity with what, 8 months later, the legislators in the state of Connecticut.
And we think, I think that was amazing.
Yeah, it
I'm
is.
glad. That's what we wanted her to do.
Isn't that amazing? Take a
It
look at
is,
those-
yeah.
Take a look at those emails.
Okay, we did.
And what I'm saying is, 1, 2, 3, 4, no reply from technology, no reply from, what is Sheldon's job, as you
Building
understood it?
maintenance.
Building maintenance. You said he was the superintendent of,
He's the,
I don't wanna say
So,
janitor, but.
so
he-
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, so your point is that she was like screaming into the void, like she had these concerns?
No, I don't think she was screaming into the void, I think she was trying to find out who's responsible, and let's do something about it. And what she was saying was security of who's putting ballots in there, the use of it, not the misuse of it, the use of it by people putting things in it. And
Okay.
look at those emails, because the last email, is it saying anything by the town clerk about anything that had to do with the use of it? No. Well, come see me and I'll tell you all about it. Tell about what?
But
Tell
we're,
about how the absentee ballot system works?
we're talking about ballot stuff, the
You're talking about the name.
statement and, yes. Well, the Facebook post.
What I am suggesting
Before we
to
wrap
you-
up today, why don't you just ask the town clerk while she's here, what she
Well,
meant by that?
that is
chime in.
why I said that I would reserve myself to inquire if
It's just
necessary.
taking forever to get there.
Yeah, we really
I'm not
just wanna.
taking forever to get there. This should,
The board would concede that it was perfectly legitimate for the first select woman to try to be sure that that box was secure and that the cameras were working properly and it was lighted well.
I'm glad to hear
I
that.
concur, yes.
Okay, I think so too. And I was going to move on, but what I'm saying is
Good.
also, that's where there were some hurt feelings developing, and you can see
According
it
to
right in
you.
those emails.
According to you.
That's how I interpret it.
That's right.
Okay?
Yeah.
And I'm suggesting that that is the correct interpretation.
Well, you'll have a chance to wrap up your argument,
Well,
but right now
I don't
you're,
know. It's not
right
on-
now you're in the middle of direct
Right, no, I
testimony, so let's
understand, but I'm
get
trying
to
to
it.
educate as I go along.
Let's get to it, please.
As I go along. Well, I'm gonna take that as a friendly suggestion.
It is a
It isn't?
stern, friendly suggestion.
I'm sorry, is it or isn't? I'm sorry.
It is.
Oh, thank you. Could you tell us what this is, please?
Oh,
This
no.
is a list of nicknames of presidents of the United States from Wikipedia.
Oh, for,
How is this relevant?
It's relevant to the use of a nickname to find something else about a nickname. I'm really sad that you did this. When I
I've seen this before.
Oh, you did? And you know where you saw it?
I do.
But
Okay, would
please
you like
tell
to
us
tell
how it's
your-
relevant.
I'd like to
It
know.
wasn't
Well, wait,
relevant
if it's-
then,
if-
it isn't relevant now.
You don't think it's relevant?
No.
Okay, would you tell us why this is relevant, Mrs. Carr?
Well, first of all, Mr. DeStefan, the complainant, refers to DeStefan ballots as a middle school nickname or name calling, nickname, same thing. Tara, Tara, DeStefan, DeSteven, it's all the way things are said, and things are said. People call people different names, people call people nicknames. I'm sure you both have many names. I have many names, many titles. Select woman, Mrs., Mom, Lieutenant Colonel.
How is this the president's? How are they
I mean,
relevant
I
to this
think-
case?
Excuse me, if I may. I think what it represents is politicians get name called. He got name called. Okay?
Yeah, he's a
Not a
public figure. He's a
He
public figure.
got name called.
But he's not a politician.
Yes, he is.
He's a
He was-
public,
Wait, let me handle this.
I don't think it matters.
This is a former chairman of the
Does matter.
Democratic Town Committee of this town, and you're telling me he's not a politician? He was on your Board of Education running as a Democrat, elected as a
He's
Democrat?
not currently in office, but it doesn't matter.
He's a
Why is
politician.
it
He's a
relevant?
public figure.
Please help us get through this.
it's been since August, and we're still here.
I know.
We're
I
trying to help
agree.
you, help us.
Let me see if I can move this along.
Please.
What I think, in a court of law, what I would say, I'd like to submit my proof, Your Honor, as to its relevance. It's relevant to show that everybody gets called nicknames. Sometimes they're by middle school people. That's what he said on page 2 of what his proofs of saying DeStefan has all sorts of connotations to it. His initial thing was, hey, it's a nickname. I'm trying to show you that presidents, I couldn't think of anybody higher to go than presidents of the United States who got called nicknames. And I found this fascinating simply because of some of the nicknames. Whether-
Please
No,
don't read them
no,
to
please,
us.
we don't
No,
care.
no, I'm not gonna read it.
But see,
But
the
there were
whole-
one or two that I thought were very, very interesting, and they had to do, well, give them hell, Harry, all of them. They're not necessarily complimentary, but they don't mean
Right.
that give him hell, Harry, for instance, that he was in hell, that he was the devil. Did it mean that? No, give him hell. It's misuse of words. That's what that shows you on a national level, how nicknames are used in politics. And if you don't want to think that's relevant to what happened here, I guess that's what you'll either do or you don't do. I think it's important for you to realize that that is what he called it. On page 2 of that dialogue, who's responsible for this nickname, and it's a middle school
We
nickname, something
acknowledge
kids.
that nicknames in and of themselves may not be actionable. I said that in the beginning.
And you're right,
It's all about context though, isn't it?
that's right.
Right?
But his wife is not the complainant here. He can't tag along his wife. If she wants to file a complaint, she was entitled to file a complaint.
Noted.
This is structured. Don't think this is not structured, because it is structured. Because it quickly turned into, because of what was presented to you. What I'm presenting to you now, I would have produced, in accord with your procedures, you're supposed to be having, as a Board of Ethics, the procedures, it's 3B, I believe, a hearing to determine probable cause. You didn't even have a hearing to produce probable cause. That's your own procedure. Okay, that's where the 20 days is found, your procedures.
Noted.
Okay,
Are you done with Ms. Carr?
okay, well, you seem to be accusing me of doing something for my client that I would like to have done, but a procedure was skipped. So I take a little bit of offense at that, like I did something wrong. I would have been here at a hearing to determine probable cause if given the opportunity.
We're just trying to stay on track and keep it
I
relevant.
think this is still on track.
It's
because-
pretty many hours in here.
You
Good.
wouldn't believe the number of hours I've spent. You wouldn't believe
I
it, Attorney
would.
Temple.
There's a
No,
lot,
no,
a
no, no.
lot of paper here.
There are two more bulging files down there. And I think I'm gonna converse with my brethren here before I do anything. I have here the second half of my testimony that I have prepared to give, and these are all documents, and these have to do with legitimate beefs, if you would, comments, observations of actions of this board during the course of this particular, I'll call it the 03, the October 22nd, okay, that the board hasn't done properly, hasn't acted properly, and has acted in violation of due process. And due process of law, they're all, as members.
So
Tony,
let's stick
it's
to
up to you,
this.
Attorney Temple, to have.
Let's stick to the
processes.
matter at hand.
This is.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If there had been a hearing on probable cause, I would have introduced all of these documents and testimony, that's my offer of proof, of claims of lack of due process, violation of due process, violation of bylaw, violation of charter, yourselves, and you've only been a member of the board, we know, since February 3rd, I think.
Is
you
this
started.
something we have to agree on right now? I don't think so.
What, the motion to dismiss? The motion
I've
to
told you
recuse?
we're not gonna discuss that right now.
Okay. If it's your intention to allow me to argue this at a later time, what's here,
I haven't even started to digest
I
it.
understand that. And I'm not trying to make, you perhaps don't know, but on a personal level, I was chairman of my municipal board of ethics for 20 years.
That's a long time.
That's a long, long time. And I'm glad I don't have to do it now. And I will tell you this, that we always seem to have lawyers on both sides of the political fences. In 20 years in my town, there was no argument that was politicized, and we could all turn to each other. We didn't have to turn, with all due respect to the town attorney, to tell us how to do our jobs. We all could read it, and in
I don't
particular,
think
if
this
you
is
had attorneys.
relevant.
You're a lone attorney, it's a
I
difficult
just
burden.
started as well.
It's a difficult burden. I
Are
can
you
pr-
finished with your witness?
No, I want my witness to add anything else that she thinks is relevant to this complaint against her.
Thank you. There's so much. First of all and foremost, I'm speaking to you, Mrs. Temple, because, Attorney Temple, I should say, because you're a fresh set of eyes. It's unclear to me, A, what I'm being accused exactly of. As you heard in Mr. DeStefano's testimony, G2 includes abuse, harassment, intimidation, and whatever the fourth one is, which he really didn't articulate how I harassed him. I take great offense to the last 3-4 hours having been spent in implying that I, in fact, was the author when I've told you ad nauseum that I did not write those words. That's just offensive. So, am I gonna have an opportunity to talk again later, or are we trying to wrap this up, or? All right, well then I wanna share my prepared words. Again, this all started with Mr. DeStefan submitting a complaint regarding name-calling on a Facebook page. A page that I, one, did not create, I've already told you that, and has been around since 2021. Two, a page that has many users, who you can see there with your own two eyes, who have the ability to add content on a regular and continuous basis on their own free will. And three, a page that I do not manage. Because that page bears my name, Mr. DeStefan made the assumption that I was the author of a post that made fun of his last name. He made the assumption that I managed the page. And he made the assumption that I did not do anything about the post, so he filed an ethics complaint based on these three faulty assumptions. I want to remind you, and again, Attorney Temple, I am glad you're here because you are the fresh set of eyes on the
Ms.
board.
Dr. Carolyn is also on the board, though.
Who's the chairperson?
She is.
Hmm. No.
She is. It's a fact.
You may want to read your bylaws.
Okay, that's,
And you can judge this complaint strictly on evidence, or you should, and as both of you who, Ms. Carolyn, you've been doing it for many years, and again, Attorney Temple, you're new to the scene. I provided solid evidence that there are multiple users of the website bearing my name, and all of them can create and edit content. You heard the testimony of my exact whereabouts, what I was doing at the time the post was made according to the timestamp as Mr. DeStefan provided. You also heard testimony from me and Mr. Carr that when I awoke in the morning and saw it, I was upset. I addressed it with the person, which I've stated, who typed DeStefan ballots and asked them to no longer post. I presented evidence of their departure from the site in September in the printout. That was in the initial evidentiary binder, which I don't know if Ms. Carolyn shared with you when you came aboard. Some have suggested that because the post bears my name and title, I should have censored the content or apologized. And somehow, because I did not, that amounts to it being unethical. Ethics of managing a social media page cannot and should not be made up on the fly. There is nothing in the charter or in the ethics bylaws that state that an official is responsible for all content of a blog that bears his or her name. Likewise, as Mr. DeStefan has recently pointed out to me, censoring and deleting contents can be contested as violating free speech. And I thank you for pointing that out, Ray. The Board of Ethics has a responsibility to consider the evidence and base its decisions on that, not on conjecture, not on supposition, or on gut feelings or assumptions, nor should it expand the scope of a complaint beyond what is written in that complaint. Mr. DeStefan's anger and contempt, although understandable, is wrongfully focused. It shouldn't be focused on me, and it's regrettable that things have gone this far. But the evidence I presented today and in the past cannot and should not be ignored. The complainant has presented proof that something was written or typed, but he has not presented proof that I typed or wrote those words. I, on the contrary, provided eyewitness testimony to my actions and whereabouts, and holding the testimony of Mr. Carr in any less esteem or gravity than Ms. DeStefan, the town clerk's letter to the Board of Selectmen, would not only be unfair, but would also suggest that Mr. Carr is a liar, and he, of all people, always displays the highest level of integrity. I took action back in September. Again, I admonished the author. I did my part without censoring free speech. Again, it is regrettable, Mr. DeStefan, that perhaps you don't take comfort in that I took action, but it is a reasonable response to one person's comment on a social media page. Rather than engaging in dialogue with me directly, Mr. DeStefan chose to complain to the Board of Ethics before gathering any facts. Holding me somehow responsible for all content on a Facebook page that merely bears my name and title is like holding Mark Zuckerberg responsible for all content on Facebook. And that is a slippery slope. The extreme lack of evidence in this complaint is in stark contrast to a similar slander case before the board concerning a town official, where the respondent is on video making certain false claims and slanderous remarks about a town resident. There is no lack of complainant evidence regarding who said what in that particular case. If my case before you today, if my case before you now should come to any other conclusion than to unfound the case and dismiss it, you have put the Board of Ethics, the town, in a box to find all slander or libel claims where there is no evidence, or on the contrary, even great evidence, like the other one in your ledger, which I believe you'll be meeting about tomorrow, founded. I've heard you refer to common sense. I would ask that you please use that in this scenario. In closing, I want to say again, I have never accused anyone of any impropriety of ballot stuffing, and I have always trusted and respected the work of the Registrar of Voters and of the town clerk. And I addressed the author. I took immediate corrective action to remonstrate. It should not happen again, and it hasn't. Thank you.
Just one other thing I'd like to do is, this is a letter, I think you already have it. This was a 30 October letter. There is another one also dated 30 October, in which there was a reply to this complaint, but it also contained, and I can't put my fingers on it right now, just want to make sure you have it for
We
the
have both.
record. There were two on October 30th.
Directly from your client.
Yes.
Yes, exactly, exactly.
So-
And that had to do with,
do we
I waived
want
my confidentiality, or I waived the confidentiality requirements required by 1-82A. Okay, and but it also is a response, I think it's a similar response to the same one she made to O2 complaint, but we wanted to make sure this was current.
Thank you.
Okay, but I think that, I just wanted to make sure this was part of the record, and I think there might be something, I just have one other inquiry at this time, before I shut up, maybe, altogether. I said maybe. I tease a lot, too.
Okay,
you know.
good.
Okay. Do you think, I'm asking the two members of the board, that you are likely to make a decision on this complaint today, or will it be at some other time? That is why I showed you all the other documents I have, which I split them up. I spent a lot of time splitting up. Well, what's the merits, if you would, and what's the complaints about how you've been treated by the board? And I deliberately not gone into the complaints about the board. Okay, I could send, I could send them to you with the presses for each series as to what I think, but I can make my own view of what I want to do, when I want to do it. But if you're not going to make a decision today, that is to say, on this complaint, but you're going to take time to discuss it, because perhaps you haven't seen all the documents yet that are here.
There's a lot.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna- we're gonna
give yourself time to
recess.
think about it, and think about what the testimony has been.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna make a decision tonight.
No, we're not making a
Can I
decision.
just ask one question?
Absolutely.
Are you done presenting witnesses?
Yes.
Okay.
This is it. Yeah. This is all I have. I had two witnesses.
Tara, stay up there.
Yeah, because you want to ask questions.
Well, the
Oh,
complainant-
somebody wants to ask
the
questions.
complainant may want to ask questions.
I think I'm done with questions.
Complainant, do you have any questions to ask? Okay, I have two questions. You wrote to us on your letter of August 25th that you were shocked to read the exchange the night before.
Yes.
What shocked you?
Just that someone else was posting this unfollowable back and forth between who I assume is Mr. DeStephen, and I think he confirmed that it is him that wrote, engaged with the person.
The shocking was the totality?
Yes,
Did
just
anything
that.
in particular shock you?
No.
Okay.
The fact maybe that the NAACP was brought up because that was something that happened that people knew about when I was first selectman.
But
That
you
jumped
brought that
out.
up on the post, right?
Excuse me?
I thought you were the one who raised the issue.
Not her, whoever is posting for you apparently.
Oh, sorry,
Is
yeah.
the one who
These are not
brought
my
that up.
words. I did not type any of that.
Oh, this is the printout of the Facebook post. I'm looking, I was,
That's Mr. DeStephen's complaint.
That would have been in the complaint, the printout.
whatever.
That printout was supplied in the complaint by Mr.
Right, right.
And the author
And the-
accused
and what-
him of
Calling.
calling the NAACP.
Yeah, that appears to have been the person who was
And-
permitted to post.
Right.
And that is part of
And
the
I think-
shocking, I think.
I think
Like,
Mrs.
why was this brought up?
Mrs. Carr was about to share what that person was talking about.
I'm gonna make a suggestion, and I'm gonna tell you something. 2 or 3 days ago, I discussed with my client, that document, the postings. I'm on Facebook, but I never posted anything to it, and I don't think that maybe my grandchildren do, I don't know, maybe my wife, whatever. I have a picture. I went down each one with Mrs. Carr, And I said, can you follow? And I ask you to do this yourselves. Start with the first thing that's there and continue going down. Do you make any sense to this? This is a conversation that you can't even follow.
Okay.
And I think that's important. I don't know why, except it was done while she was in bed, asleep, not her, somebody who had authority to do it, which
Did she
Facebook
testify?
allows, as she has testified to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and why they do it, I don't know, but that's probably why it's Facebook.
Right, but
Okay.
listen, you're not the one, I'm interested in Mrs. Carr,
I
what she has
hope
to
you
say.
are.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
So it was the totality of the conversation that shocked you?
Yeah, that
not
it all
anything
just
in-
unraveled in this
Well-
bizarre way in the middle of the night.
And then why would some unknown person post on your website about DeStefan ballots with his wife, the town clerk, specifically name out, like, the worst thing you could accuse a town clerk of doing at that time?
There's no accusation, first of all.
What?
I don't know
No, they
what
were
the
stating it.
accusation.
It was a statement. No.
I can't answer for anybody else. I don't know.
But my question is, why didn't you the very next day say, this didn't come from me, I disavow?
To who? I didn't know there was a problem. What would
Well,
I
you
do?
were shocked.
Delete it?
You-
Mr. DeStefan said you can't delete things off Facebook.
You said you were shocked by the conversation,
Yeah.
and you didn't,
Look,
you didn't even
Mr.
explain to anyone it wasn't your conversation.
Explain to who?
You have 1,300 followers, 1,400.
I don't think they follow me.
I mean, that's been shared with a lot of people.
And nobody said anything to me like, oh,
What this all reminds
you
me
should,
of,
you should take that down. Or what was that?
But-
What would you have done if you were me?
oh my God, I would have apologized immediately and said, I have
Do
no
you
idea
use
why this.
Facebook?
What?
Do you use Facebook?
Yes, but I post nothing personal. Nothing. Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing. Okay. Have you done anything to address the wrong that the DeStefans feel have been done to them? And they've enumerated this in the complaint, the document, the letter of July 30th, the first complaint, the second complaint. They've told you that they feel as if libelous comments have been made about them. Have you done anything to address how they feel about what happened?
I've talked to the author and admonished them.
To the DeStefan. They're
I
the
don't
injured party here, by the way,
You mean
not
like
you.
offer an apology or
Well, yeah.
call them or?
You
Yeah,
said in one.
maybe.
He
you said
submitted
in-
an ethics complaint against me
In one of your letters, you said that.
for something I did not do. What?
Yeah, but, okay, you don't get it. Okay, fine.
I don't get what? Are you looking for an apology?
No, I'm looking for, you know.
I don't know what
that
you're
would've
looking
been- That
for.
would have been the resolution back then. We wouldn't even be here, I don't think.
I'm not the owner of those words.
Okay.
If they feel that they've been wronged, I apologize for that. That is not a question mark. That is a statement. I truly believe that in my heart of hearts. I have been in a very similar predicament where words have been twisted to the point of another public official now in the town of Brookfield accusing me of something heinous in recent weeks, libeling me on social media. It's terrible. So I'm sorry for any angst that the both of you or your family, ma'am, I don't remember your name, but if you're a family member, I wholeheartedly apologize.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
But you have to understand those were not my words. Andrea, we worked together for a very long time. I would hope you would know that I would never say anything about you regarding your position in town.
See,
The whole
prob-
thing is just
the problem-
bogus.
Right, okay, all right. Thank you.
Any other
I
questions?
do. So, the person who posted the post, can you tell us who it is, or?
No, I'm not willing to share that
Okay.
information, no.
Did you provide any instructions or guidance as to what parameters your posting, his or her posting should be within, like maybe?
Yeah, just to
Be
take more
nice.
caution, be respectful, don't do anything that would hurt somebody's feelings. I mean, the things that are typically understood.
So you,
But
di- so you
everyone
did
has free
give,
will to post whatever they want, so this is where,
but it is your account.
and there's multiple users.
Yeah, but do you have a policy, for example?
No, no.
What,
I,
could I ask?
yeah,
When and what policy? When and what policy? Because there may be a substitute. When people think of policy, oftentimes, Attorney Temple, they're thinking of something that they have to post about bathrooms and
rules of the
harassment.
road.
Rules of the road.
If I have someone who's gonna post in my account, I look at I do, for my law firm.
And you would.
And I look
and
at
you-
everything they do.
Absolutely.
And
you
I
would
have
as a
a
lawyer.
policy.
This is not a lawyer, but what I'm saying
But
is
she's
that
in a,
Maybe we need a
when
town
she had this
policy.
policy and
That's
could it have-
would be
Maybe
my.
we need a town
Yeah, I
policy.
agree.
That's
Could
a
it
great
have
idea.
been a verbal or oral
Maybe,
policy?
yeah,
Well,
I
that's
would,
what I'm-
I'd accept any answer.
Look, this isn't my account. This is not solely my account. I agree with you. We definitely need revision of a multitude of things, and establishing some sort of policy for social media would bring us into the next century. I think it's relevant and something that's probably very much needed.
May I ask one pointed question? I think it's gonna get to what you want.
Okay.
Prior to this person being given the right to put things on, to participate in a conversation, whether you call it posting, I don't know if that's the right term, or conversation, what led you to believe that this person could operate this in your place? And did you have a discussion at that point, what is proper, maybe improper, what is courteous? In other words, not rules of law, not rules of evidence, just what are the parameters of what you're gonna be doing?
Yeah, it was
Okay,
simple.
and could you tell them what
It
those
was simple.
parameters were?
Please
That's what I'm-
don't
am I right that that's
engage
what you're
in
asking for?
It
any
is. I'd say
conversations
accept any
under
explanation.
this page that could reflect poorly on me.
Wait, not to engage,
Correct.
that was said after the fact or before this happened?
I mean, I never told the rules of how to be a user on Facebook until I woke up and saw that morning that there
So-
was
so it was all after
something
the
that
fact.
was,
Okay. Okay.
It sounds like the post is still up. Is that true?
I haven't taken it down. I was never asked to take it down. I could take it down. Any of the users who have the administrator's rights on my page could probably take it down. So if that's something that the DeStefans would like for the page users to do, I'd be happy to do that. But again, it goes back to censorship.
But I did read your letter and it said you were shocked as to what happened. In that case, why not just disavow the statement and just say, hey, you know,
Disavow what statement?
the statement that was made about DeStefans ballots.
Oh, so like post something saying what?
I don't agree with this statement. I didn't make it.
I
Something
should
along-
take it down, or
Excuse me, if I may. My client.
Why
has
don't
said-
you let her answer the question? Why do you always have to get up and
Because-
help her?
am I entitled
Excuse
to
me,
have an
excuse me,
attorney?
Not
Well,
like this, you're really not.
She's
This
in
is
the-
out of
she's in the
order.
middle of answering a
What
question.
If I may, okay, I would object in court, okay, to the question in the first instance, but what I'm trying to say is that I don't think you're going in the right direction with the terms of the question.
Why don't you let her ask her own question
I'm making
on
a
behalf of the
suggestion.
board?
Well, maybe I can make
She asked a
Why can't
question.
I make a suggestion, attorney?
No, not in the middle of a
Why
question
not?
being
What, this
answered.
isn't a court of law.
But you still have to wait your turn.
Oh, okay, so I have a turn
Mrs.
then. Thank you,
Temple-
that's more than I thought I had.
Mrs. Temple asked a question and she was in the middle of answering it and you just interrupted. Please don't.
Okay, thank you. Now may I speak?
No,
Oh, see, you said I could.
no, not
It's
right
not
now.
your turn. Isn't now my turn?
It's not
You
your
said
turn.
Guys,
can
I
speak.
think she answered my question.
What
Alright.
was the question?
I was asking why you didn't disavow or, you know, say something about the fact, because it seems to me that it undermines the election process and, you know,
So you want me to take
Public faith.
ownership for the words of someone else?
in your account though,
Excuse
it's
me.
in your account.
It's not solely my
Wait,
account.
wait, please.
But it says your name
I-
on it.
if
It's
this
like
was a
it's your
court of law,
brand.
I would object by the scope of the question. What you're doing is you're saying,
You're
as a
doing it
matter of
again, by the
fact,
way.
DeStuffin
Mr.
ballots, 2 words,
You're interrupting the response to the board member's question. Why do you continue to do that?
because.
Are you afraid of what she's going to say?
No, I'm not afraid of
Then
it.
let her answer.
Excuse me, sir.
Let her
I got a
answer.
job to do and I'm gonna do it, okay? And we both might be judged by how we're performing at this hearing by others, whether we're on camera or we're going
Are
to
you
be-
objecting to the way
No.
I phrased the question?
Is the phraseology.
Okay.
Your question presumes
Yeah,
that DeStuffin ballots, those 2 words, is an accusation.
With his wife, the town clerk, don't
That's
forget
what you,
that.
okay, with his wife.
It's the whole thing,
Okay,
the
all
town
right, all right.
clerk.
You're saying with his wife, the town clerk, is an accusation of wrongdoing.
I think it could be interpreted
Okay,
that
I'm
way.
not asking you.
Yeah.
That's how you're interpreting it. It's clear that's how both of you,
I would,
and maybe Mr. Sullivan as well, have interpreted it. But maybe she doesn't.
But she
See,
hasn't.
maybe, and you've heard testimony from her husband also, saying people use that nickname on him.
okay, all right.
Okay?
I
So,
got it.
whether it's a nickname or whether it's something else, but don't ask her to apologize for your accusation because she doesn't think it's an accusation. Do you follow me?
Okay, I'm gonna use a very simple analogy for this whole complaint. Imagine you're a parent and you have,
I am a parent.
okay, you're a parent, you have a 10-year-old who takes a
I
brick.
have a 10-year-old.
Do you? Oh, incredible. And throws it through his neighbor's priceless stained glass window. You find out he's done that, and you tell your child, don't do that again. And now you've resolved the issue. The person whose stained glass window has been broken still has a broken window. So you've admonished the person who posted this, but you've done nothing to address the wrong that the post did. That's the whole
I
point.
just apologized to the whole family.
Thank goodness, today, 9 months later, for heaven's sakes.
I wasn't sure what I was being accused of
Well-
because I didn't type those words, Miss Carolyn.
I
So-
know it, but it's your website. It doesn't, you said you talked to the person, so you admonished the person, but you never made the right wrong with them. It's so simple.
I just did, ma'am. How much more do you want?
No,
A
I
written
mean,
letter? I mean, going back to this point, taking it down or
I
putting
think that's
something
why
there?
That's why we're still here, because it hasn't been
Okay.
resolved for them.
I didn't know those were the rules of the road because there is nothing in writing that pertains to my duty in my elected title to manage social media accounts.
Yes, but this is the, how you act, and the fact that it's still up
How I
there,
acted,
how you acted, that
how I acted.
Or
That it wasn't your-
omitted or
that it-
refrains from acting.
Yeah, that it wasn't, you did nothing to address the wrong, nothing.
And I'm gonna suggest it's because somebody called out libel. That's a defamatory
That
case.
should have been the trigger, for heaven's sakes.
Anybody can bring a defamatory action called
Yes,
libel.
it-
Libel is slander,
Yes.
slander being verbal,
Yes.
libel being written.
Well,
He's threatened it. He's threatened it.
Yes, well,
And we know he's threatened it. And now you're asking this person, under the
To-
rubric of an
I
ethics
understand.
complaint,
To admit it, it's
to
like if
admit
she,
libel.
okay, I got it.
And that, I don't think I'm gonna, I'd be dumb and I'd be a lousy lawyer if I was gonna let her walk into that.
the person is, you're not admitting libel. What you're saying is, these aren't my thoughts or words.
I've told you that since August, Miss
You
Carolyn.
But
didn't put it
publicly.
on your website with the.
It was in my letter. The
On-
whole case went public when I
I don't
waived
think
my right
everyone's
to
reading the letter.
confidentiality.
When they're looking at the
You didn't-
website.
Who's looking at the website? Nobody's come to me to say,
You have.
oh, that was like, you need to do something about that,
Yes,
including them.
yes, but it's not theirs.
Maybe we've all learned
It's
a
not
lesson
theirs
here.
to address,
Yeah.
it's yours to address.
I think it's both parties to address. If we wanna talk about civil discourse is not part of the ethics code. It's not.
But maybe it should be.
Maybe it should be. I think, personally, the town of Brookfield needs somebody to go over the bylaws, take a good look at 10, the charter indications, charter, bylaws, definitely the procedures, okay? And the
And we
code
know
itself.
that, they're 10 years old, and yes, we
They're
need
more
to,
than 10 years old,
we need to
I
look at them.
suggest.
I
We
have a
know
couple
that.
more questions from Ms. Carr. Can you help me understand what your responsibility is for the election process here in Brookfield as a select person?
As the first select person or
Yeah.
as a select person?
Either one. I mean, at the time you were a first select
I was the first
person.
select woman, yes.
Yeah.
When? At what time?
When the post was made.
No, I
She's a
was
third
a
select
third
woman.
select woman.
Okay, so you have no, like, investigative authority or anything like that over,
Does the first selectman? I don't know, even know how to answer
well, I
that
mean,
question.
even from your own
Mr.
emails, you
Belden,
were.
who's the second selectman, is he on the Register of Voters? He's involved in processing ballots on election day.
Well,
So
I
there's
love
different
that you were
answers for
asking
different.
about, you were
people.
asking about the ballot safety
Yeah,
and
of course.
security,
Right.
which I loved, and it was important, and so my thought is that part of your responsibilities were also related to elections. And ballot stuffing would come under your purview. Is that, I don't know, tell me.
I don't think that there's anything in the charter that pertains to what those duties are as a
let her
sitting
talk.
elected
No.
person.
You gotta stop.
And I'm not familiar with the state law on that, but when the Stephanie Thomas, the Secretary of State,
Yeah.
goes around from town to town to audit elections and everything else, of which I am the chief elected official, those things become relevant. It's my duty to the voter, was, maybe even as third select woman, because any constituent can ask me any question. So I would have to find out answers for them. I mean, I think it depends on the situation and your role. In the case of Mr. Belden, he was very engaged in the voting process. And he's a sitting selectman. So I don't know the answer to your question completely.
Well, I would think that if you had some question or concern about ballot stuffing, that you would.
I don't have any question about ballot stuffing, which is what I've been trying to tell you.
I know,
for the
but it
last-
would be under you would have knowledge of it. You would have a responsibility to act. If Ms. DeStefan was doing something wrong, you would have a responsibility to act as an elected official,
That's
as a
correct,
select
and that's
person.
why during the budget process a few weeks ago, when I was
Uh-huh.
sitting with the first and second selectmen,
Yes.
I brought up the security and safety of the box, because we
Mm-hmm.
still don't know if it's recorded 24 hours, if there's lights on it, et cetera. And I brought that up as a budget issue,
So my point here.
because we might need to pay for that if it's not there.
And I agree it's important, and I thank you for that. But my point here is that by having that statement on your account, under your name, who has some authority over the election process in Brookfield, implies that you have some special knowledge about the election process. And so by saying to stuff and ballots and the town, and his wife, the town clerk, to me, that implies that you know something. You're implying that something terrible is going on.
That I know
And it
something.
undermines the public
You know what I do
trust.
know? That people call him and her the DeStuffins.
But
That's what I do know.
that's fine. I mean, that's
What do you want me to do?
not
Fly a
fine.
plane
That's
with a banner that
childish.
says, "Don't call them DeStuffin"?
But I'm just saying, I'm trying to explain why I think this is
I
important.
understand where you're coming from, but at the same token, I would ask that you try to understand my position as well. If you're asking me to do something, and I'd be happy to oblige, either remove it, put something that says, that's name calling, according to him, whatever. What is it? What is it that I
what I'm
can
saying is
do?
to reinforce the fact that the election process in Brookfield, to the best of your knowledge, is not compromised. I think what you were doing is implying that the election process is compromised.
Me? I
Or-
never
all right,
applied
but
anything.
Your account, person who wrote the thing on your
You're accusing me of doing that.
But you haven't disavowed it. You haven't disavowed it on your account. Just said that stream of that whole thing was not me, and it was not. I don't believe it. I don't know where it came from. You haven't done that.
I was never asked to do that.
We shouldn't ask.
Are you asking me now?
But
Are you
it's just
the rule of thumb
courtesy.
for social media
I'm
posts?
suggesting that would have really
It's courtesy.
helped the DeStefans not to live
We
with
wouldn't
this
have been here.
shadow over them that they're just stuffing ballots. I mean, that's what was posted, that they're stuffing ballots.
May I?
No.
Just wanna give one
Yes,
It was
citation.
the name that people
All you
across
needed
town
to
call
do
them,
was
the
disavow.
stuffins.
You just
Wait,
need
wait,
to
I'm
say,
sorry.
Hey, wait a minute.
Where are we?
Well, that's right, you didn't have to take it.
you just,
Yes, she does.
Well, that's good.
you just
Certainly.
needed,
What I'm suggesting is that looking at a statute, which I thought I had with me, but I don't think I have it, I don't have it readily, is CGS 9, I believe it's 140B. Now, it's around, it was a white book, a white loose leaf notebook that was Mrs. Hand, I believe, and October 18th. This was a booklet I had prepared, and she kept it.
right,
Because I had three. because
for
all
our,
three of
for our
them were there.
records, yes.
And I don't know where it is, but that's all right. It's a good compendium of all your, all documents that you need to consider among others. But I believe it's 140B that is gonna lay out who's responsible, because you were raising that question, Attorney Temple. And I believe 9-140B will talk about the responsibility. And my guess is that it's not the first selectman, second selectman, or third selectman. She exercised her authority over what appears to be, by her own testimony, is some vague, nobody knows. Is it, because I even asked her, is it the chief of police? No. Okay. Well, who? I don't know. But if something looks odd to me, she wanted to address it because she said, my responsibility. It might be a member of the public's responsibility to bring it to her attention. There's no cameras showing. Look what's happened in Bridgeport, which they're still litigating to this day, as you may or may not know from reading in the newspaper. Did somebody come up and stuff the ballots? I think the key is that you are interpreting mixed ballot to stuffing ballots as an accusation of stuffing ballots. I am trying to suggest to you that others may have the interpretation of.
If she wasn't
You
the
deal-
town clerk, it wouldn't
You
be.
deal with it. You deal with it. I think that you've made it quite clear today that you're not accusing, and I think she said it 3 times already, and there was no attempt to accuse in this. It was a use of a nickname. But if you want to go so far as to say, do you accuse either of them of stuffing a ballot box? That she can answer to you. Is that what you'd like answered today? Because she can answer that.
Yeah, we would love that answer.
It's a definitive no. I have not ever, nor do I have any reason to accuse anybody of ballot stuffing, as I think I've told you earlier today.
And was it your intent, or is it your intent to accuse them of ballot stuffing?
No.
But that's what they took it as.
And I'm
Yes,
sorry for
because
that.
those are
I'm
the
sorry for their
words-
interpretation of
because-
what someone else wrote on the social media.
Because those
That
are
has
the
happened to
words,
me.
those are the words on your website. That's what I keep trying to get through to you, that you can certainly disavow the words, but you didn't on your website and in public. And this came up, this came up when Mrs. DeStefan handed the email to the board back in the end of August. I mean,
I'd be happy to do that, as
but
I
you
told
never
you.
did.
Well, she's done it today because you've insisted upon it, and she has done it.
Well, we're
saying-
Is that the only reason?
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't ask her to do it. She's accused of libel. That's a civil tort with a 2-year statute of limitations, okay? That's what's happened, and this complaint is just a precursor to it. Because the insurance company, and this came when you did your investigation, FOI, with the first selectman,
Which-
I believe that he came back and said it was denied until you guys ruled on this. They weren't gonna do anything, and yet he has said outside the complaint, but you, I think maybe inside, I don't know where, but libel, libel, libel. He's put that on the table. Now, that is something for which the town could have a liability. And that's why the first selectman was asked to go to the insurance carrier, because I know personally that insurance carriers, if you don't give them forewarning, that there could be a claim for indemnity for what the town is responsible
Okay,
for.
so
Wait, I'm sorry, wait, I just, let me finish, I apologize. But this goes beyond just what you have to deal with, but it affects it. Libel, that could cost the town a lot of money. And your insurance carrier, according to your first selectman, I believe in one of his saying, hey, they don't want to do it, and go to the
Ethics Commission first.
No, I gave you the exact letters.
Yeah, I know, but I don't
But
have
it's
it.
not a
I
paraphrase.
don't, well,
It's not a paraphrase.
Then if you would look it up,
I know it,
well,
I
no,
know-
there's not.
I know
Ma'am,
what they
I
said.
know what it says when it's in front of me, because otherwise, as we all age, our memory goes. But having the piece of paper, I could put the piece of paper in front of you, but I'd have to go through so many files and so many hours to find it. But my recollection of it is, and not, is that go to see what the Board of Ethics says first. And that means that whatever you people do, okay, if she's sued for libel at some point, what I was trying to do was save the town of Brookfield a lot of money, because oftentimes insurance carriers say, you didn't tell us in time to
Okay.
do
Got it.
something
All
about it.
right, thank you. I'm
Thank you.
gonna stop
Your
you now.
insurance company is
no.
looking to you guys.
No, thank you so much. All right, any more questions for Mrs., any more questions?
I'm done.
Okay. All right, so, do you have any other witnesses?
No, ma'am, I told you.
No more
I
witnesses.
only had my original two, and then.
And yourself.
there's an order of
Okay.
agenda.
Okay, no more witnesses from you. All right, so then the next part of it would be for, to hear any testimony from the complainant and any witnesses, and then to give you an opportunity for a second response, and then a hearing. We're not gonna get to it today. We're not. So I think this is a good time to adjourn, or how do you wanna, all right, adjourn? And then we will set up a time to continue this at another date. It won't be this week.
Any idea when?
It won't be this week.
You have been solicitous, and I personally appreciate that.
We have a
Both-
hearing tomorrow, not about
I
this.
understand that, I'm not involved in that.
Not a hearing, it's a meeting tomorrow,
Yes, I
not
understand.
about this, but it's gotta be a brief one because my friend here has business.
Absolutely,
obligations
so,
or-
as do I.
Okay,
So
so it's not
I
tomorrow.
wanted to compliment you on being solicitous in requesting, which is best for you,
We have
okay?
done this all along.
Obviously, the longer you can put it out, I can shuffle things.
We don't wanna continue this forever.
Oh, no, nobody would agree with you more than me.
Okay, so, all right, I'm gonna adjourn the
You
meeting.
aware of any time frame that we have to finish once we've started?
What do you think?
Asking you.
All I do is read the procedure.
So I don't get a letter from you,
You might get a letter from me. You're gonna get a follow-up letter on, because you didn't cite a statute to me, and I can't find any. I mean, I'll tell you that personally later, okay? I won't disclose what it's about, but it's about the standards of proof. But I'll talk to you personally later. You'll probably get a letter from me on that.
Well, I've already advised in a memo.
I know you've advised them, but you said there's a statute, and I can't not find that
No, the
statute.
statute was on subpoenas.
What?
The statute was on subpoenas.
Yes.
Happy to talk.
Well, there's subpoena and the standard of proof.
Okay.
Okay, because I think, but I'll talk to you if you have the time today.
All right, so listen.
But I thank you for soliciting
All right, thank you.
our availability.
Okay, I'm gonna adjourn and.
And I will second.
Okay. Phew. Any discussion, please, no?
No?
Okay, we're adjourned at 12:47. I'm just wondering if we can set up a time now that might make sense, or come up with some possible times that might make sense?
I mean, for the continuation of
The
this matter.
Only for the continuation of this to go to your side, then to the Board of Ethics deliberation side,
Or we can,
or just,
we are certainly allowed to talk procedurally tomorrow as well at our meeting to pick some dates.
okay.
Okay, we can do that.
All right, and then whatever we get tomorrow at the meeting, procedurally, we'll share with everybody. Nothing will be firm until we get agreement on how to proceed. Sorry.
Thank you for your time.
Wait, we have to conclude, don't we?
What do we,
Close the meeting?
we did, we adjourned.
Okay, second.
Oh, no, you already
That was already
seconded.
done, I think.
You already seconded.
That's the way
Great.
I took it
I just,
anyway.
I'm
And all in-
nervous
all
about
right, all in
stepping
favor?
over.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, I'm changing the time to 48,
Still
12:48.
getting up to speed on the.
Okay. Well, this was fun.
Not really, but a necessary evil.
Okay, I want to,
That's your,
I'm turning these little guys off.
that's
Hey,
your
Andrea? Oh, yeah, Tom. Yes, Dan, thank